This is the Gulf Coast Design Lab. We work on the Texas Gulf Coast. We've been working in the Houston area primarily for the last 2 years around Galveston Bay. It's a community outreach program that works with stakeholders down there, primarily stakeholders that are teaching environmental education, oftentimes the middle school, high school students, and the public as general. So this semester was a little different. When we started out, we were going to have a small design build project on High Island, which I'll describe in a moment. And then the second half of the semester was going to be Galveston Bay Park and issues of equity. And I'll describe that in detail. So this image here, I think our second week, we went down to the Houston area to tour the neighborhood we were going to work in. But we started with the ship channel. If Matt, you were at University of Houston, right? You know.
No, I was at Kentucky for undergrad.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Well, Houston, as you all know, is a huge petroleum petrochemical center, and the ship channel, if you're not familiar, is connects to Galveston Bay, and it is full of all sorts of factories producing anything from oil, gas, cement, I don't know, you name it, and it's there. So we took that trip the first day. Then we toured the neighborhood that students are going to be working in, show you the projects. This is Manchester, which is the neighborhood, and it's a fence line community. If you're not familiar with that term fence line, it's generally neighborhoods that are minority households, and they're backing up to chemical companies, petroleum companies, are, up and down the Mississippi River from New Orleans up to Baton Rouge. Same thing. It's usually neighborhoods like this. It goes on all across the country. So you can see an image here. These houses are literally backing up to the Valero plant. Another one here. So after we visited the neighborhoods and took the ship channel tour, we went to the site that students were working on the first, say 4 or 5 weeks of the semester. It was a small design build project. In the background there, you see a project we did last semester, was a full-blown all semester project. And the idea was the stakeholder, who is Houston Audubon, wanted to see if we could connect this with a footbridge and stepping stones to an area that has RVs. And this is a new area they're developing. They call it Coop. And it has several things going on in it. But the primary one is that volunteers can stay here, and they can bring in their own RVs and stay for a month, even longer if they want to. And in exchange for that, they're helping around the High Island Reserve. They're giving tours to people, and they're also giving a crash course on stewardship and environmental education that they help the visitors with. So again, has something to do with environmental education. And so Houston Audubon asked us as part of making it a little more pleasant for these volunteers stay, is to develop an outdoor living room. And in this case, it's a screen porch because mosquitoes down there are as big as birds. There's also a fire pit next to it. Again, an amenity for those folks. So the students then began to look at what was needed. Here you can see them measuring out where the footbridge was to cross, a small channel there that carries water out, getting basic elevations, just getting all the information on the ground that they needed to go back and start designing. Here they're in the outdoor living room. There's no furniture in there. One of the things these students were supposed to do is build furniture, tables and chairs, to make it comfortable inside here for about 12 people. So it went back to campus. They started looking at furniture designs. This is a prototype, not literally for a chair, but trying to get heights and back angles and that sort of thing. And they started working. It was wood and steel. It was their primary materials. They were doing welding, that sort of thing, to get the project going. At the same time, out on the construction deck at our school, they were putting together components of the footbridge. We do this each semester. Since we're 3 hours from the coast, we do as much as we can on campus. So these are the panels that would be the walking surfaces for the project. So I believe it was March the 6th or 7th. I don't know the exact date on the calendar, but we went down for our first install. And the intention was to go 1 to 2 trips to finish the project. So this is our first trip. You can see the relationship starting to take place with the footbridge. Connecting the footbridge to the outdoor living room, there was a series of stepping stones, concrete, cast in place concrete, because it does get very wet here and water stays sometimes for days. Here they are framing it up. This was all the first trip down there, second, third day, I believe. And here even further, got all that put in place, had all the deck panels in Austin waiting to take down on the second trip. And this is pretty much where we ended up. We came back assuming we would go and finish the project, but then the pandemic hit, school stopped a day early and then extended another week. So they've not been able to finish this project. It's my hope that in the fall, the group that I'm working with then can finish it. We have another project scheduled for the fall if we can work just about 20 miles from this. So if none of these students can go back, we will get it finished. And so the main project, the project you're going to be looking at, is the Galveston Bay Park and Issues of Equity. And it's a speculative design project for the Manchester neighborhood that I'll describe to you here. As a fence line community, I mentioned it's along the ship channel, between the ship channel and that community is primarily the Valero petroleum plant. The ship channel itself is a 25-mile long complex, over 200 industrial terminals and plants, oil production, gas production, cement, many other things. It's the second largest port by tonnage in the United States. Most people really don't think of Houston as a major port town like that. Even people in the city don't really know, particularly north and west of the city, don't really know much about this. But it's the largest petrol country, huge concentration of those companies. And that area produces 42% of the nation's petroleum and chemical production. It's not only for Houston, but for the nation as a whole. If something were to happen, a major hurricane come in, it would be a community disaster and also an ecological disaster. Here you can see an image, a flyover of the ship channel. You can see to the right there, it's winding around. Towards the middle, upper middle, you see that smoke there. That's the Valero plant. And just to the left of that, those dark areas, that's the neighborhood. Those are actually trees. And then far off in the background, you see the CBD of Houston. So just to give you a little context there. Houston, you probably already know, it's hurricane prone every 7 years. That's going to be an increasing issue, of course, with the climate crisis that we have now. All of you know about Harvey in 2017, what happened then. This is a ship channel factory that had a minor oil spill, some flooding. So the city has gotten together and come up with a proposal to try to prevent disaster along the ship channel. And their proposal is a new island in the center of Galveston Bay. It's 25 feet above sea level. So the idea is that it would stop a 25-foot storm surge. Now, if you know, Katrina had a 30-plus-foot storm surge, so it may not stop everything, but most that it would. If you look at the map, you'll see the tan area. Ship channel is up at the top, and it's solidly lined. As you move down, there's more. Texas City is the bottom right, but they have their own levee system, so that's why the island doesn't extend down there. There has been a proposal to go along the barrier islands and build a levee system and a gate there between Bolivar Peninsula and Galveston. But it's an ecological disaster if they do that. And it's very controversial, but plus it's costing $25 billion, the Corps of Engineers estimate. So SPEED is a group of people at Rice University got together along with some business people in Houston and brainstormed this idea of the island. There's already some smaller islands along this from spoils where they're always dredging out the channel for the ships coming in. The ships come right up the left side of that, what is that island. If you look in the upper left, you'll see Manchester neighborhood. That's the neighborhood that the students are focusing on. And this is the promotional stuff you can find on the internet about the island. Rogers and Partners in Houston were the project architects on this. But it provides new shoreline, miles of continuous access. It's recreation to advantage the bay's ecosystem, so forth, varied habitats. It's designed to stop the storm surge, as I said, introduce soft edges, different kind of bayfront experience. The amenities are what you might expect in a park like this, hiking, camping, kayaking, horseback riding, those sorts of things would be what they would develop. None of that has been designed yet. So Manchester neighborhood, to talk about it a little bit, again, it backs up to the ship channel and heavy industries. 90% of the people in the neighborhood live within 1 mile of the chemical facilities. This is March 2019, just a little over a year ago. This is on the ship channel. It was a 3-day long fire, and it was pumping out primarily benzene as a cancer-causing material that covered parts of Houston, but with Manchester being so close, it certainly affected them. So these things are not that uncommon. If you live in Houston, you get used to these minor oil spills in the bay, spills from these chemical companies, fires. It's remarkable how often they would happen. So 98.96% of the total population in the neighborhood's minorities, and of that, the vast majority is Hispanic. The household income's only $38,600, and a third of the population who lives there is below poverty level. This is a family who lost a child to cancer at an early age. See the chemical factories in the background. Here's another mother with asthma. Asthma rates are much higher than average in this neighborhood. Benzene and other deadly chemicals are always present there to one degree or another. And as the bottom says here, airborne chemicals exceed levels considered safe in other states with stricter guidelines for air toxins. Texas, as you might imagine, is very liberal about pollution from the oil and chemical industry. It's the state's main source of revenue, and particularly Houston. What would Houston be without oil? So there's not a lot of cause for the state nor the city to do much to clean this up. So family here, kids rather, out in front. The community making some effort to try to enforce some action, but of course, as I said, Houston's not going to really do much to it. So it's a speculative design problem. The students are being asked to think about equity between Galveston Bay Park and the Manchester neighborhood, what that means to them. And you'll see their own take on that. But in order to consider how it might impact that neighborhood, um, we began thinking about the Green New Deal. And you all know House of Representatives not long ago put this on the floor. Some of the bullet points about the Green New Deal: reduce and eliminate greenhouse gas, reduce and eliminate environmental degradation, create new, good, high wage jobs, repair and upgrade infrastructure, counteract systematic injustice, secure and guarantee for all, clean air and water, climate community resiliency, healthy food, access to nature, and sustainable environment. Now, these things are all what our nation should be doing anyway. They just make common sense. But you all also know this is a hot topic politically right now. So the students are using that to kind of grade their own papers using those points. I've asked them to inform you on 3 of those points that they chose to build their design around. So again, this is a speculative project. They come up with their own program, how it benefits both the park and the underserved neighborhood, about 20,000 square feet. And as I asked, it should not be an either or approach, but a both and response, something that's inclusive. It's not that the park is bad, the neighborhood's good. We're not trying to look at it in that regard, but to try to find equity through this park, if it does get built, that would impact Manchester and other neighborhoods in positive ways. So that's where we are with this. And who's on the list to go first this afternoon?
Sorry. I am.
Okay. Well, let's, if you can, yeah, Michaela, if you can get us going here. Let me stop my share.
Yeah.
Sorry, my laptop's freezing up here. All right, here we go. Thank you. Okay, go for it, Michaela.
Okay, so my name is Michaela Rutt. I am a Master of Interior Design student. This is my last semester, and my background is in business marketing. So in regards to what Coleman was talking about, for these fence line communities that back up to the petroleum and the chemical plants, what I really focus this project on is how we can bring health back into the equation for these communities. So the site that I'm looking at is Hartman Park, and Hartman Park is located in the community of Manchester. So as you can see, Manchester is definitely a fence line community. The industry literally wraps it in a chokehold and surrounds it. Now, within that park, the community does have amenities and access to things such as a community center, a gym, they have a baseball field and other things like that. And, you know, it sounds great, but the reality of what that actually is when you back up to a chemical plant is that the air is not healthy there. Sandra Martinez is a resident in the neighborhood, and she says, our kids, they cough, show symptoms like allergies, but I know that's not the real problem. I know there is something in the air. I can smell it. There are times I can't let the kids go outside because I don't want their health to get worse. No mom should fear the air her kids breathe. And so as you can see on a daily basis, there's constantly the blooms of smoke, and every day there's a smell. And Sandra is right. These plants are letting off pollutions, and at certain instances, they do reach peak levels where they become a serious risk to children under the age of 18 and adults over 65. So what we're looking at here is a site map, and this blue area right here is the neighborhood of Manchester. And these yellow rings you see, these are the 1 mile buffer radiuses of some of those chemical plants that line the ship channel. And you see they just go on and on and on. And now that 1 mile radius is important because within that 1 mile radius, people who live or are exposed to long-term exposure from those pollutants, those are the the residents that are at an increased risk for cancer. Those children are at an increased risk for the likelihood of developing leukemia. If you are in one of these yellow circles, you are at risk. And so it might seem like maybe you should just move out of this neighborhood, but the reality of Houston is these rings of industry really, they go all the way down to the bay. So you might move, but you're really still not that far off. It's always sort of lurking in the distance. But essentially, I think the real thing that we should think about is that these residents shouldn't have to choose between being physically active in their own park or protecting themselves, their health. And so when the city is looking at funding the Galveston Bay Park, I think they really need to address this issue and use, or at least match a percentage of those funds to address the needs of this community to have equitable access to a healthy environment where they can be physically active. So the stance that I've taken on this project is to sort of understand how an interior environment can become a safe place from air pollution, but that can also offer the community an opportunity to be physically active and to care for their bodies. But health is more than just your physical health. It goes towards your mind, those creative and enrichment things that stimulate who you are as a person. And then also like the soul of the community, having a place that feels like yours and a place that you can gather. So my project is really going to address these three pillars and craft interior environments that aim to protect residents from unsafe air pollution levels, but also give them access to these resources that they're currently being denied because they don't have access to clean air. So this is my site plan. This is Hartman Park. It's lined with trees currently. Up here is the line of petroleum storage tanks, and then we have the Valero industry on this side. So what I've done is I've kept parts of the park, I've kept the baseball field, but I've introduced a large structure, two large structures actually. I have a smaller community building up front, and then I have a large fitness center that hides itself behind that and sort of tucks itself into the trees back there. So what that looks like sort of on the site is like this. We have the smaller building heading up the front, and then we have all these interstitial spaces that are connecting it, and then the larger structure is really hiding behind it and is using a more tectonic language to sort of feel really light to kind of disguise its mass. So for the project, I've got a ground floor plan and I've got the second level. Both buildings have a first floor and a ground floor in different parts. It's sort of a mezzanine setup. But essentially, I'll just kind of walk you through it real quick. I've sort of got a pull-up area here. We've got a daycare, a covered patio, sort of an indoor community living room. There's a stairway to go up to the second level, which has some multifunctional classroom spaces. And then on the top level and on the ground floor, you can sort of spill out and go into the fitness center area. Now, each of my programs, they sort of developed and they fall into those three pillars of sort of physical health, community soul, and enrichment. So I'm gonna walk us through zoomed in pieces of each of those. But this is just sort of the lay of the land for the building. So the first part is community soul. Like this is the entry sequence from the main street of the community. Looking into the building, we sort of see, we have a view of the community sort of living room that welcomes you in. The glass wraps itself around the corner. So that way we have a large unprogrammed space that can act as a community living room. It can act as a town hall for meetings and different things, but it's still offering you sort of a view to the outside world. So while the air might not be great, you can still feel connected to the sights of nature, but still feel like you're protecting yourself because you're not breathing in those pollutants. And then on those days where air pollution isn't as extreme, we sort of have this outdoor space that can be enjoyed and is used to sort of connect this part of the building to the fitness center in the back. And so the fitness center is really about physical health. It's got an indoor full-size turf soccer field. This was especially important because the only soccer fields this community has is right across from the Goodrich plant. And this community can't just stop their lives every day that there's high releases of those toxins. So they really do, there is a need for them to have access to a place where they can continue their everyday life and activities without feeling they're putting themselves in unnecessary risk. And so this space is sort of large and open, and we've got a running track that's kind of working its way along the top side. On this side, we're sort of looking at a portion of that ground plan of the fitness center that's sort of showing how you come in and you have sort of the view of both. And we've got a basketball court on one side and the soccer field on the other. And then if you go up to the second level, we've got a specific gym area, and then we have that mezzanine running track that is sort of circling the building, but is still being connected visually to the expansive field of the park. So that brings us to the other and final sort of pillar of the project, which is creative enrichment and sort of how you stimulate your mind. And so this space of the building is about offering residents of the community access to technology, access to spaces for after school programs, and just access to places where they can gather and they can do things that they otherwise wouldn't have access to. And so that upper plan, it's suspended above. You can, if you enter the community center, you go up the stairs and you can enter here, or you can go out onto the balcony and enter each classroom individually. It can be 3 separate spaces, or it can be one large space for more flexible use. So as you've seen through the renderings, my main material is really using timber. And the reason is sort of it offers that sense of familiarity, but it's also sequestering carbon and different things like that. So this elevation here is sort of the front side of the building. It's 24 feet tall. And then that back building, which is 30 feet tall, is sort of nested behind it and sort of hidden. This east elevation is the elevation of the building that runs alongside the baseball field, and it's very open, and it sort of densifies itself with these mullions. And then the west elevation, it's partially neighborhood on this side, but then it becomes sort of trees and some commercial warehouses. So it's much more dense here. And so finally, as you noticed, my project really is about creating these indoor environments that offer these residents equitable access to clean air. But throughout the space, I am doing a lot of outdoor spaces, such as sort of like this outdoor living room. And it's not that I'm trying to make a project that's all about being inside. It's more like I'm trying to make a project that offers the community resources to things that they are not able to get in just an open park environment that's exposed to the pollutants. But it's also a project that's being hopeful for the future by offering the community still these outdoor spaces where they can gather. And you know, maybe someday we'll have regulations, and maybe someday this space will always be able to be inhabited. So that sort of concludes my project. Happy to answer any questions.
Michaela, let me interrupt for just a moment. Critics, I'm sorry, I failed to introduce you all. Could you just quickly take a minute to say who you are and your interests and that sort of thing? Matt, Christy, and Ed.
Sure. Is it okay if I go first? To move on. My name is Matt Luck. My wife Sarah and I just started a new architecture firm here in Austin. Previously, I was the senior designer and manager at Studio Rick Joy in Tucson for about 9 years. And I also worked at Frank Harmon's office for about 4 years in Raleigh, North Carolina. And so I'm really excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I'll go next. I'm Christy Taylor. I'm an architect. Right now I'm working with Chiyoko Design here in town. Let's see, I am originally from Baton Rouge. So these kinds of, like you call them fence line communities, or I'm very familiar with. They're very common where I come from. When we moved to Austin, my husband and I started a design fabrication firm that's still going, called Drop House Design. I have a master's in architecture and a master's in architectural history, where I studied informal settlements, so like self-built housing in India and Brazil, where you see a lot of instances of communities that are suffering because of the exposure levels that they're living within and around. So this is a really fascinating program. Thanks for having me.
Christy, I've got a comment. I've watched your husband and daughter welding on Instagram a lot. Is that you all?
Yeah, that's us. My daughter can lay a better bead than me at this point, which is not my practice.
And how old is she? Just to let the.
She just turned 7.
It's remarkable. I love that, what y'all are doing. Ed, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I think you're muted.
Ed? Are you muted, Ed? I don't.
How about now?
Yeah, we got it.
I was and am the visiting professor at the University of Texas. Right now I'm in Charlottesville, Virginia, but I've had an interesting semester. I worked in practice for about 15 years, but I've taught building construction and design related to building construction at a lot of different schools. And probably best known for my writing about detailing, but enjoyed my short time in Austin.
You're going to come back. Okay, Michaela, I'm sorry to interrupt your train of thought here, but did you have anything else? Or are you ready to open it up for review?
I'm ready for questions.
Well, it's a challenging thing to think about. I actually I taught at WashU last semester, and I gave a basketball court enclosure as a design problem. It wasn't a design problem, it was to teach about technology, and it's just an easy thing to do because you're not going to reinvent basketball. You deal with the problem of the envelope. Mm-hmm. It seems like you have a very long, I mean, the soccer field, that must be huge, right? How long is the?
It is huge, and it's kind of crazy. Originally I wanted to have a soccer field and a baseball field, so I walked myself down. Okay. I walked myself down from that ledge. But so the soccer fields are kind of like a lot of dimensions, and so I swear I've looked it up like 500 times, and it's different every time I look. But I modeled it off of the neighborhood one, and I think this is around 220
okay.
feet.
Well, so the short span, I'm thinking about just the structure of this thing, which is going to be substantial, of course. Mm-hmm. And if it's 200 long, then it's got to be at least 100 feet across.
Yeah, I think it's 180.
And
so it's very long. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the immediate thing I think about. And I, through your drawings, I see, the images you showed, there seem to be some, like that one. Mm-hmm. There's obviously some structural thought going on, and I guess I really want to know more about that. When I look at the sections, I see very optimistically thin roofs spanning across this. I think you got a pretty nice building in here. If I saw a section that went with this drawing, interesting. But I guess I'll hold off and let other people ask questions.
Christy, would you like to go ahead? You want me to jump in? It's up to you.
Yeah, go for it.
I jumped in last time, so I thought I should pause. Well, I think that I think it's got a real, that your project's very positive minded, and I think that's great, and certainly would be a huge benefit to the neighborhood to have something like this. One of the things that I think you described, and I think that Coleman described in his introduction, was really was the surrounding site areas, and some of the I don't want to judge them too much, but I'd say not so ideal structures that are around this area, and it seems like you have so much glazing, and so much of your project is about looking outside as well. I was just curious as to how you were strategizing, selecting and maybe minimizing certain views out of the project just based on this area around the building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In particular on the other side of Central Street.
Yes.
E Avenue Art.
Yeah. So E Avenue has some gas storage tanks that line that one. And we've got like a tree line in front of them. So they're sort of obscured, but they're really not. They're really looming in the distance. And so the backside of my building is mostly, it's pretty solid. There's not very many apertures and openings happening, except for like a clear story glazing across the top, upper story levels. So that's sort of the thing that I'm turning my back to. And then as you turn this corner, it's still sort of like manufacturing, and there's like a warehouse and things over here. But you do have these trees. So I'm sort of kind of capturing the trees, but I'm not doing full glass there because there's nothing there to really kind of look at beyond those trees. And as you're wrapping around the front side, the glazing really focused on this corner. That was sort of the entry point, to sort of draw you to that. And then I do have all glazing in this on this piece of the physical or fitness center, because from the street you can see through this, the building underside, through it to it. And then this side was a little bit trickier because there is the whole Valero plant and lots of street, it's like a street island over there. I originally had it sort of like this, where it was just a solid barrier. We're turning our back to it, and we're just having the top layer be more mullions and like glass looking out. But I made it more open because of the field. I felt like it was like an expansive field that you get with the baseball field there. And so it's like that really takes the foreground. And then for like the daycare center, there's sort of a playground area that you could spill out into. So that was sort of my logic there.
It makes me wonder if, and I don't know what kind of trees that you're proposing, and maybe you don't either at this point, but it makes me wonder if well, this is a particular challenge of this project, right? Because you want it to be a building that's very open and inviting and welcoming, and yet at the same time you have a very challenging area around the site. And so it makes me wonder if there's a strategy of perhaps, your glass wall within the courtyard, or even maybe between the baseball field and the fitness center, there's some sort of visual, there's some sort of space that's maybe a buffer between the two, so that it doesn't lose its openness, which I think is a big part of your project.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, I want to, I agree with Matt on this one. Matt and Ed, I think you have put together an incredibly handsome presentation here. I mean, it's beautiful, it's easy to follow. I see the pillars. And there are some horrible challenges that you have in front of you. Right? You can't fix the world. What do you provide people? And I think what this is sort of like an enclosure, right? It's just a real envelope between indoor and outdoor. I think looking at it as like a formal exercise and really trying to push further on the design, it would have been really interesting to see you try and obscure that boundary a little bit. outside in, inside out, and all of that, so that it's not so clean and easy to follow, so that the boundary isn't super visible in plan. And yeah, that's something you can mess around with in section a little bit too. And, you know, maybe landscaping comes in or out. You know, I think you focused on program here probably, which is really important. And it's pragmatic, right? It meets the needs of the people in the neighborhood. Some other ways that I think this group will probably push you, long spans was a system that, right, you could have dove into here, because it's going to be a very, very real situation that you're dealing with when you're covering up an entire soccer field. Obfuscation between indoor and outdoor. And then if there's safety indoors, throwing out some tidbits about mechanical systems, and which, by the way, for all of us in practice right now, is high on everyone's priority list, right? All of a sudden, all my clients are intrigued by HVAC because it's seen as one of the few ways we can provide safer indoor environments during a pandemic, or whenever we're trying to protect people from the outdoors. So leaning in on those kinds of systems, whether it's structural, you know, mechanical, again, remaining very pragmatic, because I think that's what you do very strongly, rather than being like, I wanted to explore the violence of, you know, what's happening to these people physically. And so I tore at the earth. Like, that's one way to do this. I have a feeling, Michaela, you're a very pragmatically minded person. And so digging into those systems and giving us things that felt very, you know, well thought out, probably just would have been the next step for you. I know this is like a half semester project, but that's like the next step I would have liked to have seen. But thank you for showing this. It's great.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. It seems, I mean, you know, does this represent a new building type? And I don't mean to say bad things about the project. It's a little bit scary building type to me, that in the park of tomorrow, at least in Houston, it's going to be a kind of reverse aquarium where you have to be inside this glass enclosure to enjoy trees and green. And if that's what it is, I mean, you know, I work north of where you work, and places like this would normally be great examples for opportunities for cross ventilation and things like that, or, you know, a more permeable envelope between inside and outside, particularly for something that was a rec center. But it seems like we're saying, well, you're more healthy inside than you're going to be in this, again, something like a fishbowl. So I wonder, I think you've basically taken the elements of the very fixed elements, like the soccer field, the basketball court, and you've enclosed them. They probably could use a bit more space. I hate to say,
yeah,
they do. Even need a longer span, because they're going to be all people watching the game, you know, not huge size. But I wonder about some less specifically program spaces, if that's the nature of things, that, you know, if your kid's got asthma or something, you come here to the center and there's a little playroom where they can look through the glass and see, you know, what's outside and breathe. It's a little, I mean, it's a little frightening to think. It shows that the problem really isn't architectural, you know, and that we've created a world where this kind of architecture may be necessary. But I do think, I hate to say this building needs to be bigger, but I'm saying it. I'd like to see some more, less, you know, again, just a simple playroom or something, or meeting yoga classroom, something like that, where, because that's the only way. I mean, a lot of people argue that people have this inherent need for contact with the natural world, and whether that's innate or acquired, I think most people have it, and that this is the only healthy way that the people in these communities can do that. Then we've got to figure out a way to do so.
Yeah.
It's, as I said, and there are all kinds of sustainability questions. I mean, you got a lot of glass. And obviously, because this is the way you're going to experience the landscape in the Houston of today or tomorrow, you might want to avoid using, I suppose, the more energy you consume in Houston, the more you're helping the world rather than the other way around. But you might more strategically locate some of this glazing, not just in terms of experience in the outside. I was really hoping we were getting some Zoom bombing there, but anyway, some where you might maybe cut down the glass in some places and increase it in terms of using a little more passive strategies for this. There are a lot of very interesting in Europe. Not a lot. People are experimenting with skylit basketball courts, which is kind of a great no-no. Again, in the U.S., I'm not sure why, but there are some really interesting wood projects I've seen in Europe about using a kind of box truss system that will let in light and at the same time accomplishes huge spans that even the basketball court is a major span. Yeah, span.
I was just going to ask Michaela a question, because you were able to develop your own program, correct? Mm-hmm. And then I know that one of your goals, if I don't want to paraphrase too much, but you were basically making clean air an issue of equality and trying to make equitable air. I'm just wondering if there was ever a time in the design or in the programming where you thought maybe this could be the kind of place where, obviously being in a pandemic currently, the question is, is this the kind of place where people can comfortably sleep? Is this the kind of place that has this sort of facilities? Because I guess from a pragmatic standpoint, and I don't want to be overly pragmatic, it's sort of like if you come here for a few hours, but then you spend, 22 hours of your day in an environment with zero clean air, and it's obviously causing a lot of health issues. I'm just wondering if maybe the programming could be even more it's not avant-garde programming, but maybe the kind of programming that's a little more aggressive towards some of those needs that are going on right now. A lot of these spaces have been kind of commandeered to become impromptu hospitals in certain places around the country. I'm sorry, in places around the world, specifically Italy, and it just seems like there's an opportunity to sort of tap into some of those things with this project.
Yeah. When I first came, I had a lot of trains of thought. Like at first I wanted to move the whole community and do housing. And then I walked myself off that ledge. And then I sort of thought about this project as a doomsday structure. Like I did sort of take that stance as this is scary and this is sort of dystopian to have to make a project like this. Mm-hmm. But then to try to make it in such a way that it didn't feel scary and dystopian as a space. Because I was thinking about it really as like a shelter, like when it is unsafe, like how can the community be alerted to seek shelter indoors and to shelter in place? And I think with we really started this right when COVID started. And so we were sheltering in place. And so it really did feel like this was a shelter in place resource where you could gather with your community and shelter because you're all experiencing the same thing.
But in your project, where do you feel like you were really successful that pushed it beyond maybe what a typical fitness center program might be, or even how does it show up, I suppose, is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's not quite showing up where it needs to be showing up because the fitness center is pretty prototypical. And if it's going to show up, it's going to show up in this front building. So like with this classroom space, I was really trying to make it program, but not program so that way it could be flexible to be divided for like a clinic or anything that we needed to pop up, but then to leave the ground floor as really unprogrammed for it to be whatever it needed to be. And sort of like this space here is a daycare, and so it's like equipped with a kitchen, but maybe that could be transformed. But yeah, that's definitely another level that I didn't go to, but I think that would make it a lot stronger.
I feel like you need a lot more plumbing here. I don't know whether this place like this would have locker rooms or
Yeah.
But again, with this kind of community,
Back here.
I wonder if you need more of that again, given probably taking a shower is probably pretty important. I mean,
Yeah.
I know part of me also says that the best thing an architect could do is just to make this like it was any community center, like it was a basketball court. Just make a nice basketball court. Not nice, but one that's, think about just the basic day-to-day. You can't solve the air problems in Houston, but you can design a nice place for people to enjoy watching their kids play basketball. And that's your first obligation. And as it was suggested, making something that expresses this environmental situation we got into is probably secondary to just being an architect.
Okay, any other thoughts? We'll wrap it up if any other reviewer. All right, Michaela, we've talked about this. You know this is an idealistic project. I think you've said that many times, that the reality of it is one thing, and the idea of it as a statement about what's going on in this community is really, I think, where you hung your hat. In that regard, I wish your critics could see your first iteration of this project when it filled the whole site. It's come down a lot. And also the tectonic issues that have been brought up, structural issues. You're aware of those. I know that you are, because we've talked about them, but in 5 weeks, you chose to focus on things that were more maybe relational to your idealism and the interior. So it's a good project. It's really a great project in so many ways. If you do use it for your portfolio and you want to develop it a bit, pay attention to the comments that were made today. I think they'll be very helpful for you. Okay.
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Michaela.
All right, Bernadette, I think you're up next. Christy, are you all still in shop every day?
Yeah, I work from home, which is easier, but the shop only closed down for that 1 week when Adler had construction closed before Abbott opened it back up again. So shop's been rocking and rolling. They do kind of phased, so there's never more than a handful of guys or girls in the shop.
Yeah. If you all aren't familiar with Drophouse, you should. You all produce art more than many conventional places.
That's kind of you to say. I feel the same way about Golf Studio.
Okay, Bernadette, are you with us?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Bernadette. I'm a 4th year interior design undergrad major. So for my project, I wanted to focus on drawing the residents out of the polluted neighborhoods that they're living most of their lives in, and get them excited about their environment and this new government project that they could enjoy. So my overview, but my journey begins in the neighborhoods. So the pink one is Galena Park, and then the yellow one is Manchester. So it's kind of a question of how did these people get to this new great place with amenities and whatnot? Like, do they have cars? Is it costly? Why is it expensive to go? Like, why would they go? So I thought, if both of these neighborhoods are right on either side of the bayou or the ship channel, why not just take them through there and come out on the water to the park? So the first point of my program would be a little dock by each neighborhood where people would get on a ferry. And then this is a larger map, so it would come out here and bring them to this first chunk of the island. So that's where my project is focused. And since this doesn't exist yet, I don't really have a site or topography. So I'm working on this first chunk right here. And here on the right is my project. So I kind of just treated it as mostly flat ground in that little spot that I'm working on, with like a seawall going to the water. It's my site plan. So the boat would come and take people to this dock, and they would get off and come to this community center. So in the center of everything is this large pavilion, mainly used for eating, but just gathering, sitting under the shade. And, you know, even you could have like community events like performances or display something. And then to the left, number 2 is in equipment storage or rental place for the programs of fishing out here on the piers, or over here going kayaking. So if people didn't have fishing poles or just the things that you would need to take part in these recreational activities, this place would provide it for them. Maybe they could rent it so that they would be comfortable just coming here and figuring out what they want to do. So there'd be light vests, and then also lockers if you wanted to keep your own supplies there. And then in this little corner next to that is a small station for cleaning the fish. So if you wanted to bring your catch home and cook it for dinner, they could package it up for you. And that's attached to this tackle supply shop. So it'd have things for fishing, and then, you know, just a regular like convenience store. Number 5 is restrooms. And then this building is like a food service or cafe that would be permanently there, but not like dine-in, just kind of a window, like place to get food. And then there's a basketball court out here. And next is an area for food trucks to park, so a deck to access that. And then here is a playground. So basically I've organized these programs through a system of avenues that kind of takes you to whichever program you're trying to partake in. Sorry. I guess you can't see that. Can you see it?
Could you trying to get sense of scale here? That the big hexagon is there. How big is that? How far across?
So, oh, sorry, I should go back to that. This is very large. So also I forgot to mention, but this is facing north, and I just reoriented it to fit. Just this part is 100 feet. So the whole thing is like 1,000 feet long, but the whole park is like miles long.
Okay, but the center piece you're saying is 100 feet across.
No, like this little part is, but I'm not totally sure how large this entire chunk of land is. That's what you're asking.
I'm just trying to understand the scale of your.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it matters. This is a 1/4 scale, but. Sorry, I don't know how to work this. All right. So these are the plans. There's not many interior plans because most of the activities would take place outside, but here I've kind of organized where you would get like store your locker supplies, get fishing poles, and then back here would be a way to take the kayaks down to that other area through this walkway. And then this would just be kind of a typical shop layout. kind of just utilitarian programs. And then in the center would be wooden tables for like picnic tables. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at navigating. Okay, no. Okay, so here's a section that's facing the same way as this rendering, so looking towards the island, and it's cutting through the pavilion and the pier. So basically these are lined up. The two main ones are lined up on an axis leading you to the land. And this would be under the pavilion on the fishing area. I was imagining like, you know, tables or supplies, just like a gathering area to get shade before you go out and fish. And then also the fishing pier itself has all of these little stems for like an individual person to sit there alone. So this section going the other way through this plan. So these are the bathrooms. Back here is that shop. And this would be the fish cleaning area, and this is the equipment. And then under here, this is cutting through that pavilion.
I'm going to show my ignorance. There's not much tide here, right? I mean, the water doesn't very much.
No, very little tide in the bay.
Tide.
So the water level's pretty constant, except when you have a storm or a surge, or
yeah, except a storm surge from hurricanes way out in the Gulf or something. It remains pretty steady. The high and low difference here is just a little over a foot, so it's not a big thing.
Let's go through there. And then here's renderings of this main area. There would also be these little reception type desks in case maybe there's programs for kids or like fishing lessons or something that you would sign up for, organization, programs that maybe Parks and Rec could run. And then this would be going under that main pavilion through the ramp on the side. But most of it is these kind of triangular steps that mirror the canopy roof. And that would be the food area and the bathrooms. And then a playground over here. And I think that's it. That's all I have.
Are those like butterfly roofs kind of on the structures? Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to focus on finding a way to bring this community to this new construction part that maybe they don't know how to get to, or they don't feel comfortable going there if that's not something they usually do, and get them excited about the environment, the place they live, access to nature, and recreational activities that you usually wouldn't get access to. Like I remember driving through the neighborhoods and they're just riding bikes on really horrible sidewalks. And then also would be a way to create jobs through some of the programs, and possibly like educate or train this community. That's all for now.
Did y'all talk much about kind of this ecotourism that's going to happen at the new park? And obviously, did it come up about how sometimes these sort of high-level ecotourism efforts can alienate the neighborhoods?
Yeah, so that's what I was kind of trying to defeat that issue by like bringing them there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Would you mind going back to the site plan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a monumental project. It's very expansive.
It's like simple programs, but it's a lot of ground.
I also, not to nitpick, but this can't be a 1/4-inch scale. I don't know. I think you might want to check that. But I have trouble sheeting a restaurant floor plan on a 1/4-inch scale on a 24 by 36. So there's this sort of, the boat comes up at the end, at the bottom, like plan south.
Mm-hmm.
That's where one like ferry that takes everybody from the neighborhood docks.
Yeah.
And there's no real program planned for the basically like 2/3 of the area of what you have laid out here. It's just docks for people to walk out on.
Yeah, it'd just like it'd be a free fishing pier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because that's also another thing, is like those are common in Galveston, but a lot of times you have to pay.
Mm-hmm. They feel maybe just a little expansive. Maybe it's an attempt to, like you said, give people individual space. The scale, I think the scale of the project feels a little unmanaged. I really love the forms of these kind of pergola pieces, and I can imagine them made out of, I don't know, what did you think these sort of tented structures would be made of?
For materials, I was thinking like some kind of metal material for the roofs, as well as the gray ones on the butterfly buildings.
Yeah, you should look at Tencel canvas as well. It might be
that's something I also wanted to look into more, was like the structure and form, but I just didn't have much time to get through many iterations.
Yeah, it's a 6-week project. There's a lot of work in
so
both
I'm not sure if they're completely structural, but
yeah. I think a lot of what you're trying to do can be kind of sucked in and given a more cohesive form, so that there's little pieces like this sort of origami folded roof structure, and you see it's sort of starting to impact the roof lines of the buildings around it. But I think both in terms of scale and sort of shape, form, it gets away from you a little bit. It would be cool to see kind of all of this brought back in some way. And then if something grows out of it, out over to the water, it's very much seen as a part of the whole, right? Somehow it communicates the form that's at the center of the project, that's obviously, had an impression on you because you have it, several different versions of it. Right now, it's just sort of this expansive dock system, and then these little elements placed on top of it. But I would, again, next steps, like if there were next steps, which there aren't, but would be sort of tearing at the site plan and the organizational system that you've kind of created for yourself, but I think it's getting a little out from underneath you because you're doing a lot. It's a big program.
Thank you.
I like the pieces of your scheme more than I like the framework that's holding them all together. Yeah, I think, where you went to the right. It's very centralized. It's like Washington, D.C. It's like the University of Texas. It's got this center axis and a center, and I don't think it's not really an institution at all. It's really just a kind of community. It's the sort of thing that if it was well designed, wouldn't look like it had been designed, I would say. And I would, to put it simple, I think what you got now is a tree. You got a major place and it branches out. I would make it a grid. I
actually started with a grid and then I did this.
Yeah. Well, I find it this central hexagon with the pieces I mean, it doesn't seem to, ignores the coast, for example, or the views or the sun, and yet it's not really. I don't know that it's doing anything sociologically that makes sense to me. I would want to string those elements out along the shoreline, maybe, and rather than having one big pier that everybody has to walk down and have to walk all the way down to the end of that pier, the fish. Why not have this whole series of them, or why have them all in one place? Why not just build a typical fishing pier that you could put at various locations along here, and probably would be better fishing, I suspect, rather than having a couple hundred people trying to fish. I don't know. I find it. I mean, it's an old cliche that axial schemes are kind of authoritarian, and that grids are more democratic. But it's not. I mean, if you look around, like Beijing or U.S. Capitol or Versailles, they tend to be associated with something that's singularly important, whereas something like or New York City is, or Los Angeles is called out as one where it has multiple centers. You don't have one center, you have a whole series of them. And I don't know whether that makes it a grid or a tree or a chain or any of those things, but to me, it shouldn't have one point. I mean, you got one point that is the absolute epicenter of your scheme, and I don't think it's not that kind of a place. I think it's a village, if anything. But again, I like the parts. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I had it separated, and they all were kind of equal, and then I wanted that to be kind of like a large gathering space. Like, I mean, it's obviously extremely central, but I guess that was the point. It's just like no matter which program or which avenue you're on, it draws you back.
Yeah, well, I think it does. I think it does. But it seems to me that there would be lots of gathering, but it would be multiple gatherings, not a big, I don't know, football rally or something. I don't know. I'd like it to be a little more open-ended, something I could add on to, or change, or take away a piece or move a piece. It's very fixed. And I look at that and I say, well, those buildings look interesting. Why can't I just rearrange them to fit a particular view, to get the sun in a particular way, to have a particular relationship with the way you might enter this site or exit from it.
Yeah, I think that I definitely agree with both Ed and Christy's points. I think that maybe it's similar to our last project that we saw, but there's sort of a real avoidance of the surrounding site area. So it's actually hard for me to understand how this fits within the context of the site. So even in the renderings, there's really kind of this infinite horizon that goes on into the background. But I think it would actually be a much better project to sort of see some of those things. I think it'd be a richer project to be able to see how you start to engage or disengage from the surrounding site.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would help your project a lot. And I think that I really admire the way that you thought about the process of catching a fish and bringing it in, and then, just sort of creating areas for people to, clean the fish and do all this procedural kind of thing. I think it's really great that you're thinking about the building in that way. And I also think that the forms of these roofs are very willful and very, kind of original. I think that also shows a lot about your skill and your kind of willfulness. I think the one thing that really irks me just about the pure architectural aspect is that when you look at the view of the pier, I don't know if you have that rendering available where you're on the pier with the, maybe that one, go back, sorry, that one, is that you have these sort of, you basically have designed a pier that could have been, built 60, 70 years ago. And then you sort of place these very contemporary objects with these kind of stainless steel round columns. And I feel like and it looks kind of like it was done by two different architects. And I think that's something you could really work on, is taking that sort of more contemporary, you know, roof structure that you folded, and instead of having your structural system setting on another kind of traditional structural system, really start to, if you know, keeping this pier, really develop the pier in the same language that you're developing these other elements, because I think those are actually, you know, kind of whimsical. I think they're kind of, you know, again, to use just terms of taste, I think they're kind of fresh and all that stuff. And I think there's something to them. And so I feel like you really, something to focus on. Maybe, again, you can see the horizon here sort of missing context, but putting in the context and then really connecting your structures through the, you know, surface of the water into the ground below. I think that could really help make this a more coherent project architecturally.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's kind of lacking because I kind of just pasted on a blank sheet. Yeah.
Well, like I said, they're really nice points. I think that things that you've designed, and I think it's sort of reverting to a very kind of cookie cutter pier with cookie cutter guardrails, and I just feel like I feel like your pier should be more like the structures that you've designed on top of them.
Okay, any other comments? All right, Bernadette, frankly, I'm amazed to see this amount of work and what I saw last week.
That always happens.
I thought you were in deep doo-doo, but you know, graphically, you've pulled it off. You're a very intuitive person, from what I can tell, and I think sometimes, oftentimes, you do things you don't even know why you do them. You got fixated on this octagon gazebo early on and never let go of it, and looked at several different ways of arranging your project, but you never let go of those. So I think if I would suggest anything, is that you try to question yourself critically about what it is that you're doing. I know it's difficult if you are that intuitive, but as you go into your professional career, ask yourself, just stop and ask yourself, why do I like this gazebo? What is it about it? Maybe I ought to try a dome. Maybe I ought to try a you know, if you're, or maybe I shouldn't have anything, you know, just try to look critically at what you do in a questioning sort of way. I don't mean beat up yourself about it, but just question, why do you choose this, right?
Yeah.
It's a lifelong task. I'm still doing it. So I think there are many things to like about your project. And it's transformed itself a couple of times, at least in plan. So stay with it. I hope you'll continue to work on it and include it in your portfolio.
Do you have a suggestion, like if I wanted to get put it on a site that's real?
Oh,
so I'm interiors. I've never even
I understand. Yeah, I mean, we have 4 interior designers, and I'm really amazed at the amount of architectural work you've done. So it says good things about the interior architecture program we have here. You're not just about interior finishes. So yeah, let's talk about it later. We need to move on for our last review, but I would like to discuss it with you in depth at some point, okay?
Thank you.
All right, good work. Wellington, you're up next.
All right. Let me bring up the screen. Okay, so my name is Wellington Chu, and this is my second advanced studio. I'm a graduate student. My project is called Green Lines, and at the heart of it, it is a desire to link Mid-Bay Park with Manchester and Harrisburg within Houston. As you can see here in this map, Mid-Bay Park here, this sort of green spit is geographically isolated. Mid-Bay Park, by comparison, the sort of orange section, while being at the center of the city in some respects, is actually quite isolated due to its context and its circumstances. Both, however, are connected by the ship channel. In the case of Mid-Bay Park, it's actually built from the spoils of the ship channel's dredging. And in the case of Manchester, it's surrounded by and economically dependent on the park, or on the channel and its industry. Mid-Bay Park is sort of billed as a benefit to all of Houston. But I think there are some questions about what it would actually do for residents of a place like Manchester, who are so isolated. How would they be able to enjoy the park, and what could the park do for them? So basically what I'm proposing is to expand the park and change Manchester from a fence line community to a green line community. And what I mean by that is to expand the park to link Manchester with the park, as well as the greater Houston area. So this is a view of, an external view of sort of the green lines. You can see the green line here with an elevated train, and this will be a community center within Manchester Park, or within the Manchester community called Hartman Park. This is the sort of urban proposal. The proposed site is here in Manchester, and it would expand an elevated train system, light rail system, all the way out to just shy of the park, and then there would be a ferry or something along those lines to actually connect it. And it would also expand in the other direction to connect Manchester to the greater Houston area. In this case, I was looking at places like University of Houston and Rice, and also link it to the existing light rail that exists in some portions of the city. Yeah, so this is sort of the more local scale. You can see Manchester here with proposed light rail coming in. This is sort of an alternate path that I considered. Yeah, just kind of looking at the idea of having some sort of elevated transport system that will allow residents to move, to have greater opportunity. When we look at Manchester, there's really only one way to get into Manchester. There's only one road that gets there. It's literally hemmed in, I think, as we saw earlier. So this would provide residents with another means of connection to both Houston and Mid-Bay. One thing I was thinking about is those who do not have access to vehicles, how could they get around? And ideally in the future, if we move away from single vehicles, how could we potentially move people around? So here's some sort of process sketches, and then these are some diagrams where I was trying to examine how the green lines would come in and where they would be, and where the community center that I'm proposing would sit on the park. So this is a view of Hartman Park, looking on the ground, looking towards the community center. We can see the green line coming in here on the left, and sort of the entire, the structure itself is raised above. So in approaching this, so that was sort of the more urban scale, and the more local scale, which is where I really focused my attention, focuses on the park and especially the community center. The intention was really to provide an increased number of amenities and programmatic aspects to the park and the community at large. So I wanted to include things like daycare, elder care, and activity center, have cultural activities, recreation, sports, educational opportunities, things like vocational training and assistance, and also some sort of emergency resources. One of the big things is obviously access. I wanted to create a way for residents to access Mid-Bay and then also Houston. But also access to green spaces and in some ways to mitigate pollution, which kind of ties into Green New Deal. Significant aspect of the idea behind this project is also to have a formal response to pollution. And so one of the things I wanted to look at is ways to use sort of environmentally sensitive technologies and building materials. And also looking at a formal response to climate and in terms of sort of catastrophic flooding and sort of the climatic conditions of the context and that sort of thing. And kind of the last aspect that I wanted to focus on is, or that I wanted this to be, was a sort of prototype or exemplar for future developments within the city. So this could be sort of a prototype in effect. So in terms of my design, I wanted to take the existing space and effectively add more programmatic elements. And then from there, lift it off the ground. This would provide more space below for even more programmatic elements, but also protect it from potential flooding. The next idea was to add a courtyard within the space. And this would sort of minimize the conditioned spaces, but also provide more outdoor spaces. And this would also allow to tie into the transportation system that I am proposing, so that there could be an elevated train station at this community center. And sort of the last aspect is to create a green facade, a sort of verdant facade that could perhaps initially be a sort of I guess an environmental scrubber to sort of leach out some of the pollutants that affect the community, to sort of form a sort of green bulwark between the community and the nearby industry, and also to be used as a shading device and that sort of thing. So yeah, some of my early process, just sort of trying to think about what I wanted to do with this project. So this is an external view looking towards the community center from the baseball field. We can see sort of the green facade here that sort of wraps around the building and ideally shields it from a lot of the sun, but would also sort of take up some of the pollution that is prevalent in the area. So this is my site plan here, and here we can see the green line itself, the elevated train line that comes through. It would connect to a light rail platform that is located here. This would in turn be surrounded by a community center, a recreation center, a library. The park itself would not be significantly changed, maintaining the baseball field here, as well as the tennis courts here. Although I am getting rid of some street parking that was located here and moving it to the side. And the playground is was originally located sort of here, and I'm kind of expanding that throughout this area. And then just sort of process, showing my sort of thought process of going through and figuring this out. This is a view from the interior of the recreation center looking at the pool. One of the ideas that I was curious about was using sort of sustainable materials like prefabricated CLT panels for things like a lot of the infill and walls. I think some aspects, especially like the pool, would have to be made of things like, most likely have to be made out of concrete. But you know, at any opportunity, it would be nice to use these sorts of materials. So yeah, this is the ground plan. And down here, there's to the south, the drop-off location, which would lead to sort of a grand staircase that would lead up to the next level above. but here on the ground plan, we have the playground here to the, see, that's the west, a basketball court here to the north, and a sort of undifferentiated or open plaza market to the east. And in the center, there would be sort of reflecting pool that would allow for light to enter into the sort of covered space. The level 1 plan, which is one level above, about 15 feet up, would be here. So we can see the same stairs that I described, as well as the green lines, which we have a surface station here on this plaza. The community center would be located here. This level would house administration and a daycare activity center. Recreation center would be to the north here, with the lobby, lockers, showers, and restrooms, and sort of a large mechanical space. To the east over here, we'd have the bleachers that overlook the baseball field, and then the library with circulation, reading room, and a computer lab. And yeah, level 2, staying in the same building, we'd have a kids section here and a sort of gallery community space here. In the community center, we'd have sort of multifunctional classrooms and a community kitchen / cafeteria. In the recreation center, we'd have the pool and 2 exercise studios. And finally, level 3 of the library would have sort of the stacks, while the community center would have an auditorium and storage space. I think one thing that I kind of forgot to mention is the idea that this would also, in addition to all of these programs, would also have an additional, I guess, programmatic element of being an emergency resource in the case of flooding or other emergencies. Yeah. So this is an interior view of the library, kind of showing the green facade that's wrapping around the building. Just trying to examine those sorts of spatial conditions. And there are a couple sections that I took of the site. So this is the library itself, kind of the same space we were just looking at. You can see the sort of stairs coming up to the main plaza. There would be this sort of oculus that looks into the reflecting pond that could then reflect light into this covered space. Basketball court would be over here below the recreation center, kind of just getting a little sliver of the pool, and the lockers and whatnot would be right here. This is that same space cutting through it. So the pool is here with lockers and the front section, basketball court below, reflecting pool, and then sort of entrance and the green line itself with the neighborhood to the south. And this is sort of my last view, sort of an interior view looking out of the daycare center, looking towards the plaza and the green line. And yeah, that's my project.
I just want to jump in and say, for the first 10 minutes of this presentation, I was thinking, oh, it's a light rail project. And then boom, a community center. And this is with Michaela and Bernadette and you as well, Wellington. I cannot believe these are 6-week projects. Pandemic has been very, very good to y'all. You have utilized your time very effectively. These are extremely well fleshed out projects. This is a huge effort and I think it's exciting. So it's a community center and a light rail. A very ambitious project.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one totally snuck up on me. I just wanted to
Yeah, the time clock snuck up on me, so I didn't get to develop as much of that as I wanted, but this is really the main focus of what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, yeah, it's I get this one seems to be like the initial concept seems to be very outward reaching. It provides access, hopefully, to a community that probably, if it's like most in these kind of instances, is in a little bit of a food desert, has trouble accessing, you know, amenities. And the form, can you go back to maybe just that first rendering of the community center for me? The form is really intriguing. Can you tell me a little bit about, there's a lot of concrete here and a lot of swoopies, and it's very monumental, right? And it's landing in these very interesting ways. Talk us through that.
Yes, so how did I get there? I had a much different thing going on beforehand. Unfortunately, I think I did not provide many sketches of that. I had something, some of these process sketches kind of show it, but I had sort of this idea that I'd shoehorned into the project and I don't think really fit. And then as I started moving into, or attempting to move into production, I kind of changed things around quite a bit. I think a lot of that had to do with just thinking about these things in more of a dynamic opposed to sort of a strictly rigid grid-like fashion. And I'd say that's mainly where it originated. I think at some point Coleman may have mentioned Corbusier, and I think that may have been where I kind of went in that direction to some extent. But at the same time, I wanted to maintain a lightness.
So this green line, this is a mass transit system you invented, dreamed up, proposed. Is that correct?
Yeah, effectively. I mean, there is an existing light rail system that is very, very limited in Houston. And my proposition would be to extend that to Mid-Bay Park and then connect it to Manchester.
Well, let me ask you a question. What would you like to talk about? Because the light rail system in relation to this building raises about 6,000 questions about what's the nature, what kind of a city does a light rail generate, and vice versa. Mm-hmm. I think it might be more useful to talk about the building.
Yeah, either one.
Well,
I mean, I think the building is what I've developed further. So that would probably be the better conversation for me.
Okay.
I think the light rail is a bit pie in the sky at this point, but you know.
Well, again, it has to do with, the traditional thing was old cities were way too overcrowded, so we needed more open space, and we needed more less density. Well, Houston doesn't have very much density in comparison with other cities in the world, but the open space is really, as we see here, is not really helping. But anyway, the main impact the right rail has on your buildings is raised up off the ground. And it's like a lot of buildings from the 1960s, or the High Line, I suppose, and it's proposing this elevated level of the city. And that even without the light rail, I'd want to know a lot more about the immediate context of this building. It seems to be pretty easy to move to another site.
Yeah, I think it would be. At the same time, there was an existing center that, I effectively wanted to replace. It was just kind of an old, relatively sad building, in my opinion. And I thought that, and despite this, it was described as sort of the heart of the community. So I wanted to create something that would be even better for the community. It's actually I think it's one of the oldest, it's a very old part of Houston. So it's actually very tight, and a lot of lots are much smaller than anywhere else in the city. And so that's kind of the reason that I was trying to elevate it and keep it where it is.
Well, I got to say, I appreciate all the sketches in your sketchbook, and I'd like to see a whole series of that showed the existing streets, the existing buildings, whatever they are, and how this kind of well, it's a, what do you call it? It's a big Y. How that relates to those images like this. It literally seemed lost in space, and so I want to understand how that form I understand it creates the central space with these three buildings facing onto it, but I want to understand how that connects not to Houston and the ship canal, but how it connects to the street that goes by it and the building next door and how I enter it.
Right.
I think I recognize, I think the basic idea I'm sympathetic to. It's very much like these other buildings. It's a community building, and it seems, I think I would say this about all of them, that they ought to be a bit more flexible and multi-purpose. And I think yours in particular, like you've got this building that has the library on one side and storage on the other. And I don't, library, I don't know, but it seems like, okay, a basketball court, you can do a lot of things in a basketball court, but it seems like you'd be proposing very loose fit buildings. So all kinds of stuff could go on, yoga classes and bridge tournaments and God knows what, boat shows, fishing tournaments. And finally, I think, well, I would think about this, and particularly I see it in this rendering, and it comes down to these corners. To me, there's a difference between styling and designing. Styling is what a car designer does. It makes, he or she makes the door handle look like the tail light and the hood ornament. And that's what a lot of modern design is about. I would say Zaha Hadid was a stylist. A Zaha Hadid table and a Zaha Hadid lamp and a Zaha Hadid opera house weren't really that different. The designers I like if they're designing a lamp, they think about what a lamp should do. What shape is a good lamp? Should it be a parabola? Should it be a sphere or something else? They don't try to make it look like the building that the lamp fits into, because that has to answer to its own things. And I think you're a very dedicated person. I think you're a talented person, but I would think about that question. How do you what determines form? Is it I would say in your case, it's a bit like a motif. The motif here is the curve. So we curve all the corners, and that makes it work. And that's what Sana does. They curve all the corners. So if you had a rectilinear corner, that destroys the whole building. To me, that's a very limited vision of design. So I think you're a guy that thinks a lot, and I would think about that.
All right.
I would say one other thing. I wish there was more. I really appreciate the sketches. The renderings seem well, they've got a lot of concrete.
Yeah. I'm
looking for something in between.
Yeah, I think
a more exploratory drawing than maybe just a line drawing. It doesn't have trees and people, not done in your notebook either. I think that's a hard thing to learn, but that's what really design happens, is in between the scale of sketch and the incredible rendering with all the sky and trees and so forth. I've talked enough.
Well, I think one of the things that struck me about the project was how you, I think it's been mentioned a little bit earlier, but it's sort of about how you deal with this new elevated surface that you're working with, and then also what are some of the side effects of that, And so when I was looking at the image, I think it's one from underneath the walkway surface. Do you have that one available?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, to me, I think that the open surface to closed surface is sort of, maybe the proportions are inverse. Like, I feel like if you could, because truly you're only proposing to elevate the rail and probably the surface, the walkway gathering area around it. I feel like yeah, I feel like this could be very open. I feel like letting, you know, the hole in the surface above the ceiling matching the exact hole of the, I guess that's a pool. I kind of feel like it's a little stingy with the open air above, and I'm not really sure what's going on above this space and the design. Is there anything particular above it, or?
Yeah, I mean, there's some plantings, like some tree planters. The only major element, aside from the sort of rail station, would be the sort of bleachers that overlook the baseball field. So yeah, that's a possibility.
Well, I just see that. I mean, I've worked on a few train stations. I just think that there's you know, having a plaza is a great thing to have. The trees in it, it's just a trade-off, because it seems like in your project there's this sort of cause and effect. It's like the better you make the space above, the bottom space kind of suffers the same, you know, amount of. And so I feel like that if you were to say, look, up on the top space, it's really circulation. If you want to experience, you know, the park aspect of the, you know, the surface, or you give it some other program, but maybe that relationship or that ratio is, like I said, kind of, instead of it being 75-25, maybe it's, you know, 75% open, 25% closed down below, which I think can make it a much, I think my only real issue with the project on that level is just that it sort of negates the space underneath, which is historically created some pretty awful spaces. You know, if you look at the L or elevated train lines around in all the cities, I think those are opportunities. There have been people that have done great things with those spaces, but generally speaking, they're sort of these abandoned places. And sometimes they'll put gravel down there, you know, take a good, you know, VE effort to get something down there. And I just think I will watch out for that, because I wouldn't want you to design the kind of space that, you know, I don't think anyone's going to trade a level park surface and elevate that really nice space and then tell, you know, and say, by the way, you're going to get this kind of dark, dank space that no one's going to want to go to as the trade-off. Mm-hmm. That's all I guess I'm getting at. So that's one thing I would just watch out for. And I think the only other thing I wanted to mention was that if you look at the perspective you had previously, not the one from below, but from above, then, yeah, I think this one. The reason I was calling this sort of an elevated surface is because the way you design your buildings, they don't really go below that surface, right? So in the, in the image on the...
Yeah, generally, no. There's would be like some, yes, like some pilotis that would carry service down.
Mm-hmm. But again, I think that sort of, to me, it's more of a signal. You're signaling to me that I don't really value the space below as much as I value the space above the surface. Okay. And again, I think if you're going to go that route, you should probably think about enclosing those spaces below, or, you know, for me, I think your building actually wants to go all the way down, having elevators, circulation, stairs that let people come up off that ground floor. So I think you're sort of just kind of skirting around that issue a little bit. And so I would say trying to open up those surfaces above and then really making an engagement to that existing ground plane that actually is valuable and probably a nice space to be in. I think those are my two major architectural critiques.
I would really second that. There's a long history that they don't teach about, well, the elevated walkway, I mean, South Bank of London, Baltimore, all these places. It was the Peter Smiths, and there were just books written about it. And a lot of them been torn down because they did exactly as Matt said. They created at best parking underneath these decks. And I think they all, like the High Line is interesting. But that's one of the highest density pedestrian places in the world. You know, that's or Rockefeller Center, maybe, if you really got, or Pan Am building, where you've got these incredible concentrations of pedestrians. They can work and they can be really exciting. But even a city like Baltimore couldn't do, or London couldn't do it. And Houston doesn't look good, I think.
Yeah, I think I was looking at places like Berlin and St. Louis as my sort of is where a lot of the idea was coming from. So I think those are very, especially Berlin is much different from Houston. So
yeah, it's going to be hot on top of this thing.
oh, true, yeah.
Also.
Got some thermal mass going on up there on the roof.
Yeah, just gonna release it all through the night.
Okay.
And I will say one last thing. I do understand. I think Ed was making a really good point about kind of stylizing buildings. I guess in this scenario, I can understand with a very short time frame why you would sort of want to kind of inject some sort of style into the project, because it, first of all, it gives it a sense that it's a little more refined than it probably really is. But it's certainly, it's, the repetition of elements like that, again, it sort of like gives the appearance that there was a lot of specific thought going on to the design. And so I can't really blame you for it, because if I didn't have much time, I would probably try to find some, element or language that would like, what do we call it? We call it eye candy. So I think that instinct is not necessarily a bad instinct. I'm certain with a lot more time, you would develop something that's probably more specific to the project. So, yeah.
Okay. Any other last comments about project here? Mm-hmm.
I think if I took away those towers and you saw the green wall, this is the effects of rendering. It looks pretty convincing. Again, for a short problem. I mean, that's what the idea is. That's, it's that this building doesn't really have a facade. It's got this green wall that encloses all this space. So just a last thought.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to talk to you more about your project. I think my take on seeing it, it's the first time I'd seen the renderings. They're really not doing you any favors. I think in our discussions, you had something that was more activated and not populating those and the monolithic concrete and so forth. I think really sends the message of the design that maybe, at least my interpretation of what you were doing, wasn't heading quite that way. But let's talk about it later. I think everybody's noted that the 5 to 6 weeks that we had on this project, you and everyone else have done quite a bit of work, a lot of thinking about social issues that you may not normally have in a project of this time frame, trying to come up with your own program. That's difficult, and I know most all of you took at least 2 weeks to just really nail that down. And so the time spent on designing is just at best schematic level right now. And some of these projects are really extraordinary in that you were able to do them in those time frames. So any just general comments the critics would like to make about what they've seen, about Zoom, about the COVID virus, shelter in place, anything that's on your mind?
Well,
how many of y'all are on your way out? This is it. Bernadette, didn't you say? Yeah. Bummer, y'all. I'm sorry you had to end it like this, but great projects, really. Really fantastic work.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I've been, you talk about the building, not the effort that went into the building, but again, given the time constraints, and I think given the charge of really addressing these problems that, I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I came out of school in the 1970s, and I'd like to say things have changed or gotten better, but we're still just architects, and it's hard. It's easy. I don't say it's easy. A lot of what we do is to show that we care, and I'd be terrified if students didn't do that. But it's also can get to the point where you realize that an architect alone is even an architect. You've got to work within the world in some way. And the, I guess the image of the kind of single practitioner, the kind of leader of the firm, and it's very helpful for, I guess, the high style things. But when you're getting into issues like you're dealing with, which are going to require a multiple level, even just the mass transit system, you think about everything that would have to be considered to make that work. It's really the difficult thing about school, because you're one person dealing with everything. And the only thing that's really like practice, and I'm not a practitioner, is probably the review. I guess you have to defend it. But I think you had this very short amount of time, and you're also dealing with this problem that ultimately has to be that one person, or it's certainly not one architect, is gonna solve, and that we have to be sensitive to these things in a small way, like energy consumption, of course, in our own buildings. But we're gonna have to solve the big problems working with others. I would say, I think everybody I talked to, I think, as I said, the sketches I saw in the last project, I thought were really, they give so much credibility to a project, to show your exploration, to show your work, and to show the genesis that got you where you were. I think the second project, I had, since that student was working in plan a lot. And when you work in plan, you can get caught up in the geometry of 2 dimensions. And the way to, an instructor used to say, just turn your plan upside down and look at it a different way, and it'll help. But I might try, working with 3D tools to try to just look at the problem in a different way. All representation systems are deceptive in some way. And if you get into a mode where you're stuck, switching to another. I found the big problem of this pandemic is the lack of models, the lack of physical models, because students, they didn't have access to the shop, and even if they were home, they couldn't get materials. And the studio I was teaching wasn't totally model based, and that was the generative element. And then we just switched over to digital, and everybody's digital habits resurfaced, sometimes to the benefit, sometimes to the detriment of their schemes. And of course, they lost the cohesion. So, but that said, again, I would compliment the work I saw, and given that it's half a semester, I would say it's pretty impressive.
Gulf Coast Design Lab, I think both of you all know, we do our work primarily on the Gulf Coast community outreach projects. We always work with a stakeholder every semester. This semester was a little different in that we had a small design build project planned for the first half of the semester, and then this project that we're going to talk about for the second half. And the first thing that students did, I think in our second week, we visited Houston. Initially, we took a trip down the ship channel in Houston. If you've never taken that trip, it's fascinating. You're passing all sorts of industries, petroleum plants, chemical plants, cement, everything that you can imagine is in a 25-mile strip along there. And the projects we're going to be dealing with primarily is one fence line community. We looked at several, but we ended up focusing on one, Manchester. And when they say fence line, this is literally the case. Parts of the neighborhood back up to the Valero plant, which is right in harm's way of these communities. This is the Valero plant that you see here. And then on that same trip, we went to High Island, which is a small island east of Houston. It's right on the edge, eastern edge of Bolivar Peninsula. It happens to be a huge sanctuary for birds, and Houston Audubon was our stakeholder. The project you see in the background there, my students did last semester. That was a full design build studio, and they were asked to design and build this outdoor living room, fire pit area for volunteers that come to the island and offer their volunteer services in helping clean up, helping manage visitors, teaching basic environmental education classes, those sorts of things, particularly to middle and high school students that happen to come. March and April and May are their big times there. This is when the birds come back from South America. And High Island, I won't go into it, but it happens to be this extraordinary refuge that people from around the world come each year. There are thousands of people that come. So these volunteers have a year-round job when they come to the island. This outdoor living room is to have furniture in it that these students this semester were to design and build, and a footbridge on the way. What they're doing right now is measuring a footbridge. So on their first trip, they got their basic data. Inside the living room, they were understanding the space, sizing, talking about what to do, came back and began to make some prototypes. This is not the final design, but just trying to get heights and so forth. Then they got involved in some welding, and they actually started construction on the furniture. I believe they got all of the tables welded up, started panels for the footbridge. And then I believe it was March the 5th or 6th was our first weekend down there. And you all know what happened at spring break. So we were able to get so much into in the ground. Here's a footpath, and there's the beginning of the footbridge, some framing up, more framing up of it. But this is pretty much the way it was left right here. And so it's still to be completed. We had planned one more short 2-day trip to go down there and finish up the panels on top. And then we were going to have spring break and wait until that was over and begin our next phase, move into the project that you're going to look at now. And so that's Galveston Bay Park and issues of equity. And it's a speculative design project in that the students pick their own programs. They look at the issues at hand regarding equity in this new park that I'll describe in just a moment, and then come up with the way they felt that residents in the neighborhood of Manchester could be helped in that regard. So looking at it from a position of a designer seeing through social change, architecturally bringing in new programs, that sort of thing, what could happen. But as I said, the neighborhood backs up to the Houston Ship Channel. It's a 25-mile long complex. There's 200 private and public terminals. It's the second largest port by tonnage in the country, and it's the largest petrochemical complex in the country. And it's 42% of the nation's petroleum and chemical production. So many people that live in Houston don't even know this. It's in their backyard, but they don't really have a sense that this is here and it's going on to the extent that it is. Houston, the overall city of Houston, has some of the worst pollution days, particularly in the summer, that cause problems. But these neighborhoods themselves are in harm's way. If out in the background, that's the Valero plant back there. And the neighborhood in question is the one to the left where you see the more or less black, but those are trees there. So you can see the ship channel twisting around on the right there. So that gives you some indication of what's really happening. The downtown Houston's there in the background. Houston, as you all know, it's in the way for hurricanes. We don't have to forget Harvey in 2017, what it did. These are some images. It looks like a third world country, but this is Houston. This is parts of Houston, not far from Manchester, actually. Manchester got some flooding, but not like so many areas. This is a plant that had a minor oil spill there. This is the proposal. The city has gotten together with Rice and some folks there to come up with some ideas how to mitigate damage should a hurricane hit. If a hurricane comes up just in the right place, it's going to do irreparable damage, not only to Houston, but the country. If you could imagine that much petroleum offline, it would be devastating. So there's other proposals along the edge down there on Galveston Bay and Bolivar Peninsula about barriers, levees along that, and a gate where the two meet. But that's running into all kind of problems. First of all, the cost of it's extraordinary. Second, it's an environmental disaster if they do it. So a mid approach that more recently it's been talked about is this Galveston Bay Park. It's a 13-mile long island right in the center of the bay. And with hurricanes coming counterclockwise, you could imagine that so much of the storm would be coming from the east if it were to hit where they think it would do most damage. So the island itself is 25 feet high. It's there is some, I guess I won't call it an island, but they're waste islands for the channel. They have to constantly dredge the channel out. So to get the ships in. So one of the proposals would be to really dredge it much wider, much deeper, and find so much of the spoils for this island. And at the same time, turn it into a public amenity. As I say, it would be a huge park, a real bonus for the city. The brownish areas you see to the left of the island, that's where petrochemical complexes are. And towards the top left there, you see Manchester neighborhood where the students are working and the relationship between the island. And between that is just the ship channel with solid petrochemical facilities along there, particularly on the south side of the channel. And so the Galveston Bay Park and issues of equity, the park itself would provide new shoreline, miles of continuous access, 10,000 acres. I've heard 5,000, 10,000, somewhere in between, let's assume. But it's mainly for recreation, ecosystem. And the islands are planned to support various habitat types, tidal wetlands, coastal prairies, that sort of thing. It's designed to stop the storm surge, as I said, 25 feet, soft edges that would bring more of a natural sense into the bay that was originally along the edges there that just don't exist too much today. So the amenities, as you could imagine, include hiking, camping, kayaking, horseback riding, pretty much middle class activities that would happen in city and state parks. But then, as you saw on the map, you have Manchester neighborhood, and percent of the people in that neighborhood live within 1 mile of a chemical facility. So that'll give you some sense of harm's way. This was March 2019. Just over a year ago, there was a 3-day fire on the chemical plants that spewed primarily benzene into the air all over Houston. And this is not right at the neighborhood. It's a few miles down the ship channel, but it certainly did harm to that neighborhood along with other areas of Houston. So these things aren't that uncommon. Spills and fires are happening quite often up and down the ship channel. Texas has one of the most lax environmental laws of any state in the country. Other cities, other states, this wouldn't be happening, but in Houston it does. Manchester, the 98.96% of the total population is minorities, and of that 96.7% is Hispanic. Median household incomes $38,600, and a third of the population lives below the poverty level. This is a photograph of a family that lost a child to cancer. Another photograph of asthma. There's many children, much more than average in Houston, that have asthma and other lung problems that live in the city. Respiratory problems linked to cancer have been found there. The city of Houston itself is in denial about this. There's high benzene levels, airborne chemicals that just couldn't happen in other states happen, particularly this neighborhood. Here's kids just playing out right outside of Valero plant. Neighbor active, trying to make demands, but nothing happens. Nothing happens. Houston being dependent upon oil, dependent upon chemicals, the whole state for that matter, is turning a blind eye to these neighborhoods. They're essentially too poor to move anywhere else, and they're left to live with these unhealthy conditions. So the students are looking at this, looking for ways to, from an architectural sense, from a social studies sense, social responsibility sense, look at how they might make proposals. And the way that we decided to grade the paper is to look at what has recently come up with the Green New Deal. If you all haven't read the Green New Deal, Simon and Sarah, it's a short read, it's lawyer-ese, but it's well worth the read. It essentially, it's these points it's trying to make for this country to get together and reduce and eliminate greenhouse gases, environmental degradation, to create new jobs, new high wage jobs, repair and upgrade infrastructure, which we all know we desperately need, counteract systematic injustice, which we all know we desperately need, secure and guarantee for all clean air and water, climate and community resiliency, healthy food, access to nature, and sustainable environment. Now, these are things that seem fundamental. They seem basic. We should be doing these anyway, right? But yet it's a hugely partisan argument that we're having today in this country. So the students have looked at their projects and have understood how they might work within the parameters of the bullet points that I just described there, how their projects will address what the Green New Deal is asking for. And I've asked them to each describe at least 3 developments in their project that respond to that. So as I said, it's a speculative project. It benefits the park as well as the underserved communities, about 20,000 square feet. I've asked them to take the attitude, this is not an either or approach where it's, you just take care of Manchester or you just take care of the park, but it's a both and. There's plenty of ability in that city and the state to deal with both issues, provide a great park, offset some of the issues that they're having in these neighborhoods. And while architects are limited in what they can do, this is an exercise to get students to think about their own responsibility as citizens, but also as designers, and looking at issues of what they can do and how they might be able to impact problems in communities through the profession of architecture, through their design work. So a big order for the students, but let's look at the projects and get your input from them. So let's go back, stop share. Okay, Laura Marley, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Okay, we're going to start off with you. If you can share your project and we'll get started.
There we go. Do y'all see it?
Yes.
Cool. So I've kind of taken a lot of what I've been thinking about has been based on the implications of Galveston Bay Park and how it affects mainly the oil and chemical refineries, because it really, I think, exists as a barrier to protect them. And I feel like most of the benefit from any kind of preventative amount or I guess aid in case of the next hurricane and next natural disaster in Houston, they will be very much protected by that barrier, and they may not exist at the same, like they definitely exist at a level below, these neighborhoods exist at a level below those corporations do.
Excuse me a moment, Laura Mara. Would you, and this is true for all students, let Sarah and Simon know where you are in your studies, if you're architecture, interior design, if you're about to graduate, and so forth.
Yeah, I'm a 5th year architecture undergrad, so I'm graduating after this.
Sorry, say that again, would you?
I'm a 5th year undergrad, so I'm graduating in a couple weeks.
Very good.
But yeah, so mainly I've been thinking about how the corporations are being protected and the chemical refineries are being protected, but they're kind of leaving bare these neighborhoods even more than they already have. And so I came up with the idea that corporations should be held accountable for what they do and how they affect the communities that they're around. And since this neighborhood has such a problem with just health in general, and children and adults having breathing problems, respiratory issues, heart issues, and various kinds of cancer because of it, I was thinking about how Valero, namely, could be held responsible, even though they're not even the biggest offender in this specific area compared to Goodyear, Ameriforge, and Akima, who more than doubled the amount of toxins they dumped into the neighborhood in the last 10 years. But so that means to me that I think there should be kind of a reinvention of the park that sits at the edge of Manchester and Harrisburg, and then also at the edge of the Valero plant. And in addition to that, it needs to include a new updated community center, a green grocer and greenhouse to grow produce, because driving around this neighborhood the first time we visited, we did not see a single grocery store. There were corner stores and convenience stores that had your typical like bread, eggs, and beer signs out front, but there hasn't been really any attempt to even help people be as healthy as they could under the circumstances. And so in addition to that, the main part that I thought would be very beneficial is creating a technical school and research facility, and this entire park be sponsored by these corporations, because they will benefit so much from the new Galveston Bay Park, and because they already have such a stake in the community without even, I guess, intending to. And so ideally they would contribute of their own volition, but we all know that mostly that doesn't happen. And so by offering incentives to encourage that, like locally or through the municipal government, we can kind of force their hand forward and just really move on from there and see what they can do to actually offer some substantive change. So yeah, this is just a summary of like kind of my scribbles in my sketchbook when I first got the idea and all these different things I was thinking about, and then kind of the project intention to have a community center, have healthy and affordable food, jobs and training for anyone who needs them in the community, because I further did some research about the exact population and kind of like the socioeconomic background. And most, like 76% of the population have a high school diploma or less, and 68% of the population are of working age, and only there's 54% of the people that live here of working age that are unemployed, and not by their own choice. And so in looking at the total population and kind of doing the math there and understanding like people that are retired or not in the labor force or choose not to be in the labor force, then it kind of adds up to 234 people that don't have jobs and don't have a way to support any family members they have, any medical bills that they'll receive because of where they live. And so with that, I took from the Green New Deal and was thinking about how I could address some of what I think are really important goals. Not that all of these aren't absolutely essential, but I believe that cleaning up waste sites, like the entire neighborhood basically is a waste site. The entire area around the ship channel in this locale is basically a hazardous waste site. By doing that and creating a facility where people can do research and learn, as well as work at a market or work at a daycare or assist in a library or help keep up the produce and the plants in the greenhouse, that creates new jobs for the neighborhood. And then as well as counteracting those injustices that are systemic in this, and it does promote justice and equity and repairs the oppression that these people have been feeling for decades since the ship channels existed, basically. And it definitely, I feel like my main goal is the train and educate with focus on vulnerable communities, as well as investing in the local economy, because that's just, I see that that's what needs to be done, in my opinion. So I just included some pages of my various scribblings and sketches and all of that. So I scanned in all of like what I have been referencing in my sketchbook about like certain numbers and unemployment rates and all of that. So then I started looking at the site of Hartman Park and kind of understanding, like it's not directly adjacent to Galveston Bay Park, and it's not easy to get to from these neighborhoods by any means, but the relationship that I see is potentially, initially I was assuming that I was going to have like an outdoor classroom type of facility or more research labs on the park itself, but I just simply ran out of time and didn't have a chance to develop that. But I was hoping to connect something at the top and have a ferry system that would be able to go back and forth, and then kind of use the project that I designed as a precedent or a module for other communities around the ship channel. And so I loosely looked at the existing site and everything that was there. And there was a baseball field that was in this back corner, mostly just facing the refineries, and like those pictures that Professor Coker showed, they look really bleak. It's just, you see children trying to play sports and enjoy their time outdoors while they're breathing in chemicals, and then the backdrop is silos of more chemicals. And so I kind of tried to reconfigure that and then move basically redo the main community center that was on the site that just looked old and unused. And it basically just looked like a basketball court enclosed. And then I wanted to kind of have that bar of program closest to the center of the neighborhood and have the community center the most easily accessible. And so this brought me to this site plan. In brief, I maintained the same park programs that were existing, like the baseball field, a playground and picnic area, and the 2 tennis courts. And I just moved them off to the side, basically. And I really wanted to find a way to build a wall around the project so you couldn't see the chemicals without actually building a wall, because that would just be counterproductive. But so I had the idea of making these just like one long bar of buildings or even just 3 buildings. I wanted it to separate and feel like you could easily move through the site and take ownership of it, even if you're not working in the research facility or going to one of the classrooms to learn something. You could still walk over to that area and feel comfortable, like experiencing that. And as well as having the grocer in a central location to ensure that that is like one of the main points of the project. I had lined up these classrooms kind of bordering the actual chemical facility themselves, because I was thinking of it more like a collaboration between management there or any of the scientists there with the community to figure out how to address problems that they have and kind of understand how they can improve or help in any way and be proactive instead of reactive, and kind of take more initiative in understanding how they're impacting these people. So I just did some smaller zoomed in plans of this area, and this is the main community center at the southwest corner of the site. And I included what I believe to be standard community center program with administrative offices, an auditorium that can seat about 50 people, a meeting room and a daycare facility, and with bathrooms that exist as gray blocks right now, as well as having these open air areas for light to filter through with a pavilion roof over it. And so then you can see that kind of in section a little bit, where you can see that there is that covering between the entire cluster, but there's still light filtering through. It feels very open compared to how it could be. And this is just a rendering that I did to kind of show that it's not, it seems very Barcelona Pavilion in my mind when I was originally thinking about it, because it felt very just like concrete and columns, walls and walls and walls and steps and everything. But I really intended for it to look like this. And so this is kind of the main style that I was thinking about. And I wanted to have a lot of windows, a lot of openings, and really just promote the idea of honesty and transparency, because it is about corporate responsibility, and that's what corporate responsibility is. And so then for the grocer, it is just directly east of the community center, and I incorporated a delivery drive-up area for any deliveries, and then have the greenhouse directly behind it, next to it. And it includes a plaza. It can be driven over, it can be walked over. Farmers markets can be set up it's a pretty flexible space, and it's one of the most open on the site, excluding the baseball field, which would be used for sports and not a farmer's market probably. But I hadn't really thought too much about greenhouse, because I haven't had the chance to do the research about what is native to this area and what would be the most efficient way to, I guess, plant and actually grow sustainable produce. So I kind of left it very abstract. And then along with the grocer, I had an opening right here to where people can be shopping. And then this would kind of be like a garage door type is what I'm thinking about. And that would serve as like a cafe type area, and it would just open up to our space and the natural light and the somewhat fresh air. And the plaza could be used for whatever it needs to be used for. Like, you can have your delivery trucks coming in, you could set up a kind of pergola type thing, or something like that, and you'd have lights out here. You could have pretty much anything, or cars could come drive up. You could have a car show. That was one thing that I noticed driving around that neighborhood, is that a lot of the houses are run down, but they all have really nice cars in front of them. And that's very common for these types of neighborhoods, to my understanding. So then on the southeast corner, I had to rotate this plan to make it fit. So it's been, so up is east and north is on the left side. But kind of thinking about how these actually connect to the refineries and the plants behind them, and thinking about mainly that being necessary for the research if there's going to be a dialogue between the community and the company. And so I did a pretty simple move of just putting mirroring doors on each side and then having them set up to be mostly classrooms. And I do have a list on a different slide of what all of the labs are, and I'll get back to that. But I was thinking mostly about how they can use one to monitor the current air quality, water quality, and soil quality of the area, one to be proactive and reactive for the next disaster that happens, whether it's a chemical spill or a hurricane or a combination of the two or another fire. Or, and then the other research lab would be based on figuring out sustainable power solutions and trying to not rely as heavily on oil. I mean, obviously it's 42%, like Houston is 42% of the United States petroleum and chemicals, but we can't exist on that forever. And by taking steps to also be proactive with that, we can get ahead of it. And so all of those exist with a library as a place for resources, as a place where if someone in this neighborhood needs to be on a computer, they can come here and get a computer and do whatever work they need and have internet connection, and then also kind of incorporate an outdoor classroom type area here, and then have two just basic classrooms for that basically serve as meeting rooms also for whatever the community's need is for it, or if it's some results from the lab they've interpreted and wanted to present and have ways to move forward, something like that. So these are very different sections. I really wanted to focus on kind of how there should be silos in the background of chemicals and plants, but it's really more important to focus inward and back towards like the green space, and to really pay more attention to the people that live here and what they need. And so, yes, let me look at the lab types again just to make sure I got them correct. Yeah, a renewable power option, environmental cleanup, and a monitoring of air, soil, and water quality. But yeah, that's it for my presentation. So.
Great, thank you. Can you leave it maybe on a different image for us when we discuss maybe the like overall site plan image, or?
Yeah, definitely.
You will know which images you prefer, that they can move them around wherever you want to go.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll go ahead and start. Laura, thank you so much, first of all, for going first today, and being brave, for being very clear in your presentation, for also presenting us with a lot to unpack and think about in terms of what you are tackling here for your project. And also, if I understood the timeline of the course correctly, you all have done this project in a relatively short period of time, because this was a class that had 2 projects. So I understand that in many ways that these are big, ambitious projects that are in process and with little tantalizing pieces that we can talk about. One thing I really like is just the very starting point of your project, which is, as you said, about the training of locals and the investment in the local economy. Those are two issues out of a big slew of issues that you chose to focus on that really, I think, get to the heart of spatial justice. And the fact that you're looking at the Harmon Park as opposed to the Galveston Bay Park is also, demonstrating your interest in just getting right in there in the community and seeing locally what you can do to cause some kind of intervention. I also really like your program, the idea of, uh-oh, my son is calling me. Hopefully he won't, sorry. Camilo, no, I'm on my call. No, I'm sorry, you have to close the door. Close the door. Wonderful, okay, close the door. Thank you, sweetie. I'm sorry.
No pressure, Sarah.
Okay, he saw the screech owl. It's very exciting, our resident owl. I was just talking about it before our, okay. What I like about your program though is the fact that you have the community center, the market and this kind of research training institute, right? So it's like very multi-pronged and it's just fertile, very fertile. So I'm like, the things I'm kind of thinking about are just ideas. So little pieces of things. When you were presenting your project, I was very interested in the ways that you talked about those three aspects of the program being connected. And I think that that's a really important aspect of it, is like, to what extent is this for the local community members to come and get training, in terms of the cleanup or this kind of preparatory training or even training and expertise, versus to what extent is this space for experts that are coming from the outside that maybe represent the chemical companies to be almost like interlopers, right, into this space? And how would those two participants in this space spatially kind of rub up against each other? That's something I'm thinking about. Another thought I had, I was interested by you talking about the greenhouse being the thing that was least developed. I, in some way, can almost see the greenhouse as developing into like the heart of this project, because, it would be a kind of visually stunning place, and it would be a place with so much life and such an antithesis to the refinery around this place. So I could imagine that kind of in your imagination of this place taking a more central stage as you learn more and more about how those spaces function, and maybe having opportunities also for the children to interact with that, and it kind of moving to the front almost of the programming a little bit. Mm-hmm. And one other thing I thought about is, it would be fascinating if you had more time, right? If this was a 6 months project, to actually research to what extent the community does already use those sports facility places. So you said that you're basing it off of existing, the tennis, the baseball, but are they highly used? And if not, do you do away with them and replace them with something else?
Looking at it just from what I noticed doing research, the tennis courts seem to never have anyone there, and the baseball field, I feel like, is really the only main draw.
Right. So that would be interesting to notice if that was really a pattern, right? That maybe you keep the baseball, maybe somebody else in some other era, historical era, put that tennis court in, and it's not a good match for the people who live there, right? No pun intended. But you go ahead and you get to reinvent that space or use that space for an extended gardening programming or something like that. Mm-hmm. But in general, and then my last comment, and then I'll stop talking, is I think that one aspect of your project that you mentioned is really important, which is that in the training centers, one of the things that would happen, or in the research labs, is monitoring air quality. Out of all of the things, I feel like that could be more spatially visible, because if they're monitoring air quality on this site and they actually have a way of spatially showing the community the fluctuating air quality day by day, I don't know if it's a ticker board or if it's some way that it's a more kind of community engaged process, I think that would foment local activism and be, it would tie into kind of this sort of interest in having community life happen in this place. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a great project. Thank you for bringing us so many different aspects to think about here.
Resilient design is a critical issue in architecture. And usually we've got two sides to it. One is, how do we protect and rebuild community? And the other side is, how do we aggressively address the curing of environment and our use of resources and moving towards carbon zero environment. So I want to begin, and I later want to talk about your architecture, but I want to begin and try and get a type of buildup of an agenda with regard to community resilience. Here is this very vulnerable group of people, absolutely in the wrong place, high pollution, possibly lacking aspects of education, maybe English as a second language, and so on. And I'm trying to see, yes, I see a grocery which we'll come back to, and I see education, but I'm trying to get, what is it fundamentally that's going to help change the hopes and opportunities of this community via your project?
Mainly, I believe that that will happen because there will actually be a conversation between the company that a lot of these people in this neighborhood work for and all are affected by, and there would actually be kind of a show of care and like an expression that they actually do care about the people that they're affecting. And so I feel like that would inspire more I don't know, participation and cooperation with the use of these spaces.
But we have a history of these communities, companies rather, being ruthless. So subject to shareholders, they're still dealing in 1960s thinking. They still have a type of male arrogance that is driving them. And so the environment of setting up this dialogue is a quite difficult one. I mean, you've got a Latino community that is probably threatened, deferential. And so I think this platform of how they come together might be very important. I think there may be another one which you haven't mentioned, and when I talk about it, it doesn't go down well in the School of Architecture, which is the architecture as leverage and economy. So I thought you were going to tell us that the oil company pays for this facility to start off with. This is guilt money. So here they are, they immediately take an interest in it. But tell me, I'm sort of jumping around because there's a lot to address. The white surround that you're showing, talk about that. What is it?
Like these?
Can you follow the question? Yes, these.
Those are just parking spaces.
Well, that's what I thought you'd said. I've turned those into community gardens almost immediately. So I'm trying to indicate, we're talking about changes of lifestyle. And yes, it's fine. You know, one of the points of us meeting in this way is that we don't necessarily have to agree, but I would have said this is perhaps a community where one could have encouraged other forms of mobility to get to this location, because that's the first part of health. So if we're talking about community building, addressing obesity, addressing vehicle dependency. Now you may turn around and say, hey, come on, this is Houston. The spread of this community doesn't make that feasible, but there may be something in terms of alternative access that could get you there. Then I'm on the second part of community, which is their health when they're there, and I think we're on the verge of this. One part of me is saying, and I'm relating now architecture to community environment, did you consider air purification? Could they have been in an environment that had cleansing systems built into that environment. It's not a difficult thing to do. There's a whole development of passive solar housing that is looking very carefully at how we address asthma problems as well as air pollution coming off freeways by being able to get a cleaner air without having outdoor and windows open. So does that come at all? Do environmental systems come into your project at all?
Yeah, it's just the fact that I've had about 3 or 4 weeks to work on this and just haven't had a chance to really dive into that.
I think it's something that you could consider next, because where you've got something that's relatively compact, such as this, I think it would be feasible. And I think you could find technologies as driving systems to it. Again, we're talking about converting the mind of the oil company as well as the resource base. I mean, previously they've just given away guilt money. So you could be having a lot of solar energy for free, and they can, fortunately, solar energy is becoming less expensive really quite rapidly. So I'm building, you can guess, a scenario where there's a relationship between all your wide edge becoming community gardens and your grocery, and generating clean energy as a demonstration project. And then having, it's almost like the poacher becoming the gamekeeper, that you're really looking at a way that you're converting their minds in a way of assisting this community.
Yeah, the original title I had for this project was Corporate Responsibility Fantasyland.
I'm totally with you with that. I think it's, again, it's not where our schools tended to be. I'm on a slight lateral diatribe for a minute. I think that our school has got to become far more advocacy based. This is a time of crisis, and this is an important project, and it's taking the school into territories that it often doesn't get into. I mean, we tend to still be really quite highbrow, and I think that many of these issues are perhaps not addressed. But let me go on the other side of it now. You've got I read all the introductory background material, and I'm sort of very well aware of the underwriting to this. But in terms of what I'll call a green revolution, are there any things here that you could actually do that are specifically addressing that? It's sort of linked to the last question, but anything that goes from water collection to land curing to how you could be getting a way that you could be developing solar protection to buildings, and all the way that one can be working with an environmentally based architecture. I think the clues in the drawings, but you haven't made them too explicit.
Yeah, so I guess mainly I'll start with the roof system. I had originally kind of expected this to be more of like a water collection, and that would be the reason for the different levels and layerings, and also having the openings between certain parts. That is something that just got lost as I was working. And in addition to that, I really do agree that your previous point that I'd mentioned of having like systems that would actually purify the air and improve the land quality, I think would be incredibly important. And I hope to learn more about that.
I think it's quite difficult when you're trying to, develop architecture. And I think one of the features of the scheme that we haven't mentioned is if you look at the adjacent neighborhood, and I think we're all very familiar with this way of building in America, you're trying to make the facility not fundamentally different. That's partly why I'm sort of wanting to peel back the cars. I almost want the buildings to begin to address the street and reestablish that, because if you look on, I think you told us that it was the east side of the street that this was turned at 90 degrees. The street is really quite connected, a lot of front porches, there's probably a lot of social dialogue. So go to the plan, if you would. I'm talking about the architectural plan in more detail. Talk about the technology. How is this constructed?
So if this will load. Well, I was thinking of it mostly in terms of concrete, and then for these lab spaces, I guess, God, this is very slow file. In terms of like the lab spaces, since it would be a bit more technical and colder, I was just picturing pretty much purely concrete. And then for the library, classroom, and office areas, I was picturing more like wood from the area and I guess warmer materials to kind of balance out the rest of the concrete.
I mean, I am a little concerned because I don't have a particular clues, and I look reasonably carefully at how you might deal with this. And I, particularly looking at the loggias, I thought you were going to use probably lightweight systems that could be possibly fabricated on site and use local labor. And so I don't know what your widths are across here because you've got no scale. So I couldn't sort of, I was trying to work out what I thought they might be and I got lost. So can you give us the idea of what we are across one of these?
So each one of these research labs is 40 feet by 40 feet. And
yeah, well, obviously there, we're wanting to look, I think, fairly carefully at how we might want to construct that. And when I'm reading it on plan, I look at a research lab, and at the moment I'm seeing, I think, 4 solid walls, but I don't know, is that what you're thinking?
yeah, there are windows in these areas. They're just higher up from the 4-foot plan cut.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There are windows in these. They're just a bit higher up. So there would be windows from each side, basically mirroring each other. They're just.
I remember that from the section. I really think, and I always talk about how a project goes on because I don't think any project stops. If you look at and go onto one of your perspectives.
We're going to have to wrap up here shortly. So.
Okay, fine. So I think it's implying more of a lightweight set of systems. And that would help it blend into the neighborhood and feel familiar. And I think thinking about what would be the best way to address 40-foot spans, I think is something that might help complete your project for your portfolio. It's not notional. You know, it's, I probably would have considered maybe doing the whole fabrication in wood and having very simple beam structures that, and having some local involvement in the building of it, which I think could be interesting.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, great comments from Sarah and Simon both. And you should look at particularly the materiality of your project. Laura Marley, concrete, as we all know, high embodied energy, terrible use in that regard. That would be your next jump, to really start thinking about the architecture from the ground up, as close as you could towards carbon neutral, whatever that even means. But you know, short problem, a lot to get pushed in there. But thank you, and let's go on to the next one. So who do we have next? Kate?
Yes, hi. Should I start?
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead and share screen. Let's get going.
Hi, I'm Kate. I am a 4th year undergrad interior design major. So this is my last semester at UTSOA. So for my design concept, I wanted to focus on the neighborhood aspect of the Manchester and Harrisburg community areas. And I wanted to do a main community center building to really connect the residents and provide resources of learning and engagement. So this image here is kind of an overall of what the buildings are like. So this is the main community center here, and then a small performing arts center here. And in the yellow area of this site map is the Manchester Harrisburg neighborhood, which outlined in red can be connected to the Galveston Bay Park with a main road, and then maybe access points to a land bridge or a ferry system. In addition to the community center, I also am proposing 3 satellite outdoor classrooms, which will be located on the Galveston Bay Park in main areas such as like camping or fishing areas or near observation towers. And then here are some design inspiration pictures of what these outdoor classrooms would look like. Since the project duration was half a semester, I did not get to design an actual structure for these outdoor classrooms, but these 2 photos are what the general structure would look like. And then this description connects the project to the Green New Deal goals. So reducing and eliminating environmental degradation, repairing and upgrading community infrastructure, counteracting systematic injustices by providing a cultural resource and historical resource, and then securing and guaranteeing for all residents clean air and water, which is not necessarily within the neighborhood itself, but providing access through these outdoor classroom sites on the Galveston Bay Park, access to nature and climate and community resiliency. So this is an image of my overall site plan for the neighborhood block. This is the community center in the southeastern corner and the Performing Arts Center right next to it. So the entrance will be on the east side, and then through there, it connects to a pathway which leads to an open air courtyard with louvers to provide shade, louver trellises, sorry. And then the backside of the community center leads to a communal fire pit, and then it overlooks and connects to the actual park and playground area, which will feature a toddler playscape, either in this corner or this corner, and then a youth playscape, which is bordered by a walking trail with kind of a central water feature and fountain here. And then up in this quadrant is a basketball court, a picnic pavilion, and then an area for a community garden. So parking will be located in the northeastern corner. And even though it is within a close proximity to the community gardens, I placed a grove of trees in between to create a physical and environmental boundary between the two. Moving on. These are some exterior views of the community center featuring the louver trellises and the shading that they provide throughout the day. Here's another view. So this is within the courtyard looking towards the park area. I really gave this project an interior focus since that relates to my area of study. So the main community center building features flexible learning and meeting rooms. It has a library, small library. It has a student gallery space, which leads into a cafe, which flows into outdoor seating and lounge areas within the courtyard. There's also lounge spaces indoors, as well as workspaces, general storage, a couple of offices. And I chose 3 basic colors for my material, or for my color palette, based on colors of the neighborhood. A lot of the houses in the Manchester and Harrisburg area are brightly colored, kind of like almost, oh, what's the word? Sorry, I don't remember what the word is, but kind of off, pastel, there we go, pastel colors. So I kind of chose red, green, and blue as basic colors and then offset them with lighter tones. And then for my material palette, I decided to go with gray concrete tile in the lobby area, as you can see in here, and wood surfaces for the office area, the gallery cafe, and then the classrooms, and kind of a brick red tile design for a main walkway through the courtyard. And then these are grass areas with a sand pit for the kids, and then just concrete extending from the building. For decorative aspects, I decided to incorporate some mural artwork into my design. There are a lot of cultural murals and art pieces within Houston and East Houston, and within the areas that have a lot of Hispanic and Mexican culture within them. Here are some section views, and this blue area is a skylight to let in some more sunlight. There's a lot of glass so that the community center can be can let in a lot of light and just brightness within it. And then this is an interior view of the lobby. As you can see, the skylight is very big, so it lets in a lot of daylight so that it can minimize the amount of electricity being used for the other areas of the building. And then this is an interior view of the cafe overlooking, sorry, not overlooking, but looking out into the courtyard area with one of the murals featured on the walls. And that is my project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
I think that the composition of your project is really very interesting in that you are building social space upon social space. Quite often you have people who are building extended neighborhood contacts, maybe looking for information and support. And what is happening here is that you've got the opportunity of immediately seeing that there is a life outside under these sun loggias. I think they may need a little more protection from the sun, or some opportunity that they could move between winter and summer conditions. But then you come into the more social space of the building, and then the building becomes more private as you move towards the wings of the building. So I think that's a really interesting move. I'm probably a bit of a romantic, so for me, I'm sort of probably would love to have seen some food and drink opportunity somewhere, as you're an interior designer, that these, and in fact, in quite often in trying to, I'm on a slight digression, but I think it's relevant. There's been a big change in terms of the attitude towards libraries in more deprived neighborhoods. Firstly, increasingly, they're not called libraries. Secondly, they aren't just holding books, they are full of a wide range of attractions and opportunities, which can move anywhere from learning a language to particularly computer skills. And within that, the coffee bar cafes become a very important part of breaking down barriers. Libraries are seen as very much Anglo idea that, I mean, of course they're not, but the move, and I think, I mean, to give a completely lateral reference, San Antonio Library was a major change of attitude and has been highly successful in terms of color, form, invitation. So I think that is looking really interesting. I am concerned about several things in the way that you're putting this together. I'm seeing a building that has a thin skin roof with a massive roof light, which I really, really would advise against, unless you have some, again, very clever way of dealing with the solar protection. Technologically, you can now, it's just expensive. But I think you would have a way that if you've got that, you would have ways that you could close down the sun or angle the sun coming in and make sure that the summer sun could not get into the building. So I'm seeing blinkers on that. But in particular, and I don't know, I am leading to a question, I think it's important that you talk about how you see this sort of floating large volumes, because I'm perhaps looking at it from a slightly boring point of view, and I'm seeing columns in here. And you're telling me, no, there's a structural frame that opens up this very wide, uninterrupted, sweeping spaces. So can you comment around this sort of first thing at the skin, the light, the technology of the building?
Yeah, so as for structure, I honestly did not give it much thought. I just knew that I wanted to create a building shell that was half solid and then half permeable, which is why there's a large amount of glass in the structure. Is that what you meant?
It's exactly what I mean. But can you see, I'm trying to indicate that you're leaving yourself vulnerable. It doesn't mean to say you need to be an expert on this, but you need to have a position. So I was looking at it as you were speaking, I was saying, well, is there a way that I could structurally frame this? So it becomes a type of rigid, lightweight metal box system. But you're dealing with some fairly large spans here. And that, now, I don't think it would interrupt the idea of the building if you put in I think the whole building to me is probably a very interesting and easy system constructed in almost entirely metal, and then you put your colored panels in. But I think you're looking for bracing, and why I'm making a point of this is because firstly, you can be got at. They can say, well, you're an interior designer, it's okay for you, but we're dealing with Houston, and it's just had an enormous hurricane, and here you're showing a thing that could probably pancake like a deck of cards. And I don't want to get ugly over it. I'm saying I think it's important that there would be, if we were going to the next stage, there would be quite a bit of cross-bracing with this building of one form or another. It's not that it can't be done. It does need some thinking of whether you would have a stronger column bed that might not interrupt it spatially. It might be a little in from these handsome glazed walls. So the glazed wall would read exactly as it is at the moment, but you would have a bed of columns just inside, or whether you could do it by making these flange walls act as some sort of shear system. Then the other thing I think you really at this stage could be building in is, again, thinking about the environmental technology. I mean, this could have a really clean air environment. And again, it's not a question of being an expert, but I don't think it will be too difficult to give a feeling of how that's going to work, because it largely looks as though you intend it to be a sealed building. And so I'm going to make the most boring point that no probably academic architectural professor should ever make, which is that at the moment there's going to be massive HVAC systems in this building, and resource using production of energy, and I don't think you need that. I think you could have, for example, a very simple geothermal system. Again, this is to a large extent an environmental studio, and you've got a lot of park space. So you could be thinking, I don't know if Houston is a suitable city for geothermal, but it's one I would think about fairly carefully as getting part of my resource base for the building. So I don't want to keep going on about this, but I think it's something that I certainly think you pushed on, I think, the community part. And I think for me, the framing between something that's a very straightforward, sophisticated shed structure and a lot of social life, I think is very supportable and very contemporary, and I think would feel a delight for the people here. I think how it might work in the rather harsh environment of Houston is raising a little bit of a question mark.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're definitely right. So if I were to extend this project, I would definitely look into the structural part of the building and how it relates to what I already designed. So thank you.
It's not that it can't be done. It's not, I'm repeating myself, but it's more that it can raise questions, and particularly where we're seeing these, I think these sort of wonderful strutted edges that would give a sinuous light, and you're implying this in this perspective, the light patterns that you get dappling through the outside. I think that's a very strong theme. Now, you could have done a type of glazing to the roof where you actually did it as by bending up parts of the roof and angling the light as a north light so that it would not get a sun and heat load build up. But at the moment, you're going to get a huge heat load from this building. And incidentally, you're not doing anything on the exterior to be reducing the heat load. Again, that's something I'm not a great fan of separating the discipline areas. You know, I think that, in fact, I think there's probably one of the strongest connections between interior design and landscape architecture of any of the connections, if you think about it. So I don't think it's wrong to say, oh, well, this is more in the line of architecture, but I think you'd be thinking, you know, is this going to be a white skin roof? I think it probably is when I'm looking at this, so you'll get a lot of good heat reflection coming off the roof. And I think that would be a great help to your building.
Kate, just a quick comment. I think we're probably a little bit short on time, but I am very drawn in by the renderings. You know, I can tell that you took a lot of detail and a lot of time to really craft out a space that feels inviting, with a lot of different kinds of opportunities for gathering and contact. I also was thinking about how interesting it is that our traditional definitions of libraries today have changed. And in many ways, the line between a library and a community center is very blurred, because libraries have gone more in the community center direction. And so in some ways, it's almost the question of, to what extent is this space devoted to reading? But when you look at many libraries today, it is not necessarily the majority of the library space that's devoted to shelving books anymore, as Simon was also talking about. So I think that might be an interesting thing for you to just kind of ask yourself when you look at the plan. You know, for me, I'm coming at comments from a very different place than Simon, because I'm an architectural historian. I'm actually not a designer at all. So I'm very interested in the kind of social context and the cultural context of the site and the social life at your site. So I think that question of just, you know, what kind of activities, not just sort of hanging out and around the fire pit, which seems lovely, but what is the kind of quality of social engagement in these spaces that I'm going for? You know, what qualitatively would be different about the library room versus some of these other rooms in my community center? And I think that question, if you ask yourself that question, can relate to the context of the neighborhood. I think the one question I would have for you is, I would just love to hear more about how you see a cultural center and a performing arts center relating to the local residents. And I'm asking that with the comments in mind from our previous presenter about how the majority of the residents didn't finish high school. And there's a very high level of unemployment. And so I'm thinking, how does this space relate to residents, you know, who, I'm wondering what the residents' relationships are with their libraries within the schools that they go to, if they even have one. So can you just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. I wanted to focus primarily on the community's youth, which is why I included classrooms and a library for reading spaces, and adding the concept of outdoor classrooms. Let's see. Yeah, so the outdoor classrooms are going to be on the island, and I was thinking that a nonprofit group or the community parks and recreation department can lead these programs, after school programs or weekend programs, mostly for the kids, but also for the adults and provide transportation and lesson plans and activities for engagement and learning, especially in a natural environment, and providing these recreational activities that aren't necessarily within the neighborhood. But as for the community center, I definitely designed it with kind of a classroom or like a school setting in mind, with the classroom corridor and then the outdoor spaces for the kids. So that is the approach that I wanted to take.
So I see almost, if I was to sort of reframe in my mind your project as an intervention, right? This studio in a way is an intervention into the challenges and crises of our current times. And so if I think, well, what's your intervention? It seems to me like it is about redirecting the youth of that particular neighborhood, which, as I imagine, the public school system there has been sorely underfunded. And there's all sorts of reasons as to why people aren't completing their public schooling up until the end of high school. And so you're trying to kind of re-inject and reinvigorate curiosity and an interest in learning into that community by extending it out to this bay and then folding it back into that park. So I would just, I know you said that that had you had more time, you would have developed the classrooms on the other park site. And I think I would just have a little fun thinking about sort of, like I said before, qualitatively and spatially, how you get kids to want to be in this place that you're designing, right? And I know it's multi-age. I know you're not just focusing on kids. And then one last thought I have about that is, in terms of the intervention at a climate and environmental level, maybe there's an opportunity here for learning about climate change and for learning about rising seawater levels, and for even marking of the land in some interesting ways, in terms of where the classrooms you put are located and how that kind of corresponds with some of the changing landscape because of the oil refinery all around it. Maybe there's an opportunity for the kids to learn about oil refineries, and like have hands-on learning about pollutants. So sort of like a mixed bag that starts to get a little bit more political and might be a little exciting for the children since they're right in the middle of it.
Absolutely, that all sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I think that was just about exactly half an hour, so it worked out fine. I have to take some of the responsibility on the structural issues and so forth about your project, is I know you were struggling to find your direction, and I could have given you more input in how to work towards that. So if you do continue on with the project, and I hope that you will, that you really work towards that. I know you're an interior designer, but you should have a basic understanding of those systems. And I could certainly help you if you'd like to pursue that further. So thank you, Sarah and Simon, for your comments. Really very helpful. All right, Christy, you're third on the list, so let's get started.
Okay. So I'm not sure if, is that working?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
So I'm not sure if Coleman spoke with y'all, but my project is incomplete and I'm going to be continuing it to completion in the summer. But I wanted to go ahead, he encouraged me to go ahead and present today, and I would really value y'all's feedback. I'm a graduate student, Master's of Architecture. This is my second advanced studio. I do not have a background in architecture from undergrad. My undergrad was in energy and environmental policy. So with my background being really strong in research, that tends to be where I really start with projects. So the basis that I have is much more focused on kind of the big picture of my project. And unfortunately, I have less in terms of the individual architecture so far. But okay, so the design of my project, I think I started at the end here somehow. I did, sorry. Here we go. my project, rather than being focused solely in one location, is the concept of developing this hub bus system, or Houston, I've given the name Houston Urban Bay bus system, trying to create this public transport system within the city, specifically with the purpose of drawing people to the Galveston Bay Park. Because when this was presented as the issue of the studio or this project, I was really hit by the fact that this park is going to have these really amazing amenities, programs on the site, but most likely communities like Manchester are never going to hear about it, or even if they do, it's really, currently targeted towards more middle class. There is no easy way for them to get there. So I'm interested in kind of addressing that inequality. And then in doing so, kind of proposing this bus line, I'm proposing that along the line, there are these hubs that are the stops. So it's a rapid transit line, but each stop also has kind of a secondary program that benefits the community that it's located in. Because as I was researching, Manchester's up here, it's the starting point of the line. The border of Pasadena, which is technically still a separate city from Houston, is somewhere right around here. And when I was researching, I found that Pasadena currently has no public transportation. It was defunded about a decade ago, and there just are no buses in the city of Pasadena. And so that is also, even though it's more of a mixed community, there's some middle class, some still pretty underserved communities there, just a real lack of public transportation. So I was interested in kind of drawing that line down through that area and then all the way out to the bay. And these green colors are drawn from the bay proposal. And that's where they said kind of the initial public space was going to be. So that's where I currently have the terminus of my line. I know we're short on time, so I won't read through all of this, but I've, like everyone else in the class, been considering the Green New Deal and kind of equity as well as hopefully environmental performance. So in considering this project, I'm really picturing trying to have a very small scale. Like generally communities are all very tight knit. And so I'm interested in developing things that we're going to fit very organically into the community. And each hub I'm picturing having kind of a dual program where there's it's programmed as a transit stop. It is a bus stop. It is somewhere that you sit and wait for this transportation to come by, but then it has some secondary function depending on the specific location. So these are just some early sketches in terms of potential intersections of those two programs, how they might interact on a site with the road. Kind of, it's always going to be very road forward because you're waiting for a bus to come along the road. And then these were kind of early sketches of trying to engage with the vernacular architecture, specifically in Manchester in particular. And what I've come to is this concept of what's going to define the hubs, what makes it familiar as you're driving around the city and you realize, oh, there's one of those hubs, is this very expressive shade structure that is going to be kind of the home under which the bus transport stop lives for each one, but that it's going to be like in the same language, but there's diversity across the site depending on how it wants to engage with the particular road or the particular buildings in the area, but that it's going to be clear that there's always kind of this language of this expressive shade structure kind of drawing you in and realizing that this is one of those hubs that's drawing you out towards Galveston Bay. So for my particular project, I had started on the line of developing 3 of these hubs because as you can see, these are kind of all marks of roughly places that I've spec'd out could be stops, would be good spots for stops spaced about 1.5 miles apart, with the potential that if they're hugely successful, it could be adding more, but at the same time, you don't want too many stops because then the bus doesn't run as quickly. These are the 3 that I centered in on developing for this project. And I'll kind of get to each of them. Obviously, Manchester is kind of the first one. So like everyone else, well, I don't know about everyone, but everyone we've seen so far, I centered on Hartman Park because it's just this really, it's the center of the community, even though it's got such a stark presence with these kind of silos in the background. And obviously it's a much smaller footprint. Again, I'm interested in kind of engaging with the local architecture and not overwhelming. In addition to, it's a very small program. So here are some early sketches. This one is the closest to what I kind of ended up settling on for now in terms of how it will engage with the site. Okay, oh, there we go. So the program in this particular one is to have that transit stop and kiosk, which I'm saying is unanimous across all of the hubs. There would be obviously the waiting space for the bus, and then also a kiosk, which is going to be, because how I'm proposing this comes about is that it is kind of a partnership with Galveston Bay Island and the city, having promoted this new project for the resiliency and for kind of this new recreational space. But to not quite to the level of Laura Marley's project, but to still try to enforce some level of responsibility for these communities that continue to be underserved, even as these new amazing amenities are being developed by the city. So there would be this kiosk at each stop, kind of with information. It's also where you buy your ticket for the bus if that's something you need to pass, or however the bus system worked. But it would also have kind of all the information about Galveston Bay, the island, kind of trying to engage interest and engagement with these communities that are a little farther away. And then specifically on this site, Laura Marley mentioned it, but the area, Manchester, is really a food desert in terms of any fresh food. We were seeing all those convenience stores with just like very prepackaged options and not very nutritious. So I want it to be a more conventional, but very small, still local, kind of like a bodega in New York almost. Becomes part of the community, but it's where they can get really more fresh, nutritious food. And then also some kind of, initially I was thinking deli, but then taqueria or something like that is probably a little more appropriate in this community, but something that's a very like dynamic, quick food option, but you know, somewhere you go up to the counter and order and have a conversation. So I really apologize. These are just thrown onto plans, and none of the interiors have been built out yet, but this is kind of the layout of the masses in terms of this is the kiosk, this is the deli, and this is that small grocer. And as you could see on this sketch, I'm really interested in the porosity and engagement possibilities there, because it engages with this path that exists already, be able to continue to pass through that way. But then also the grocer would open out this direction so that if you're at an event at the community center and you want to sit at these tables, there's easy, quick access to go get your food, hang out. You can similarly walk up to the deli counter, go back, and then also the baseball fields are up to the right. So just really interested in making this a very dynamic, engaging space. These are quick elevations kind of capturing the scale that I'm talking about, where, you know, everything around it are very much one-story homes, similar to what we were seeing in pictures. And so I was interested in kind of playing off of that language, but still making it an interesting and kind of modern feeling space. Very quick. These are obviously just thrown on, but trying to convey the fact that this would be something you have access to from the exterior as well, to walk up and kind of be outside and still be getting this service and the food. And then this is kind of the bus waiting area. This would be the kiosk, very porous and public facing. So then just a quick reminder of where the next two sites I developed were. So a fair amount of my time was also spent on identifying what I thought would be valuable locations for these other hubs. And what I came down on was this area here is called, well, it's Strawberry Park. This particular map, unfortunately, was actually, the picture was taken before it was completed. So there's a better picture in a minute. But this one captured parts of the other reasons that I thought this was an important spot to engage with. There's an elementary school very nearby, the park itself. And then as you go down, you're going to hit Spencer Highway, which is the major thoroughfare that I end up proposing my line follow. But Strawberry Park, I should have gone this one first, is now this really gorgeous, beautiful pool. It's a big, another public park area. But currently, if you go to Google Maps and ask to get from Hartman Park to Strawberry Park via public transportation, there are no results. You cannot get there. So I thought that was an initial engagement where I was just really interested in being able to get people from the Manchester community to this park that has such different facilities from the one that's in their own community, because it's kind of a first step of drawing you. I mean, there would be these other interim steps, but it's not as far, you know. You're maybe gonna go the first time to Strawberry Park and be like, wow, that was really fantastic. It's maybe worth continuing on and seeing what's at the end of the line, kind of thing. And even if they end up never going all the way to Galveston Bay, I'm interested in the fact that now hopefully people in this community would have easy access to something like this facility. If you map it for a car, it's an 18-minute drive. So I'm picturing, you know, a 20, 25-minute bus ride, which is really not that unreasonable. And it's crazy to me that right now there's no way to get there on public transportation. And so as you can kind of see, this is where I'm engaging the road. That's Lafferty Road that I'm proposing the bus go down. And that's where that hub will be. For this one, since it has kind of this double pathway condition, I was starting to explore possibilities of how to kind of bring down my shade structure on two sides in a way that didn't in the other location. So this is just a quick perspective sketch. This one I've really spent more time on the form and hadn't gotten to building out the actual like enclosed program yet. But this is kind of a encapsulation of what passing under in those two pathways would be. So as you can see, there's kind of a main thoroughfare that goes towards the park there. So I'm interested in engaging with that, where it's kind of like this moment of passage through and you're kind of going to engage with the program, which here I'm saying with the school nearby, I'm interested in it being kind of a meeting point, considering the possibility of maybe field trips, people being able to have an enclosed air-conditioned space to meet up, get ready to get on the bus and go out towards the bay to learn about the environment, the kind of exciting things they're doing on the island. Interesting that we were talking about a library last time. This one, I'm just picturing one of those small, like take a book, leave a book kind of situations. But again, it's just in a very like comfortable space that they can sit and hang out and be in a safe environment. And then some kind of refreshments within that space as well. Because if you're coming from this pool park, you're gonna want some kind of cold drink or a snow cone or something. So that still needs to be developed. But then the third one, which is the next stop from Strawberry Park that I'm developing, is what I'm calling the commercial hub, because that's when it turns onto Spencer Highway, which becomes much more commercial. Everything that the bus route has passed through so far has been very residential, kind of that smaller scale. But I think this is a really important dynamic spot for several reasons. The proximity to Veterans Memorial Stadium, again, giving access to something that currently is impossible to get to via public transportation, but kind of just giving people in the community the ability, in pretty short order, you can be there in less than half an hour on this bus, access to these kind of events that they maybe wouldn't have access to otherwise. Again, several schools in the immediate proximity, so the bus could serve these communities as well. And then here, there's this learning ESL facility. Unfortunately, right now it's closed down because of COVID. So I haven't been able to really research it that well because they don't have a very clear website, but I'm working on the assumption that it is a reputable and good service. And so I'm interested in kind of having that connection where if people need it, they can come and engage with these services. And this one, because it's in this more commercial area, I'm still developing how exactly it would engage the road. You know, Coleman and I had discussed maybe there's going to be kind of a cutaway where the bus can take a moment and pull in and pause to do the drop off. But it's going to be a bit larger of a footprint because what I'm proposing here is kind of a small business space, interested in engaging kind of the entrepreneurial community, because there are some small businesses around here. I was right on the border of some of these bigger box stores, but some smaller businesses as well. So space for one of those kind of more entrepreneurial endeavors, but then also to have some kind of financial literacy facility or like resources just to help out in addition to the kiosks. So this one, again, with the language of the big expressives, shade structure, this one I'm pulling kind of up. It's much bigger than the other two in terms of height because it's on this major street and I'm interested in kind of making it a little more eye-catching. And and then kind of leading back to engage in the doorway of the hub itself. So yes, that's where I am right now.
Very good, thank you. Christy, this is a really important thesis, and I wanted to ask you before commenting on the thesis. I have this family living in Manchester. They are cycling to the bus stop. How long would it take them to get to the new Gulf Park?
To get all the way out here?
It's take it the whole way.
A whole way is close to an hour.
What is the longest journey?
The longest journey, one direction, is close to an hour. So it is quite an undertaking.
I think this is a really important, and I'm calling it a thesis because that's what it is. And I find this very refreshing. And firstly, you're bringing transit into a city that generally has not got it. There are new transit technologies that are incredibly environmentally friendly. And I think you could build that into the thesis. So I'll have a go at my interpretation of what you're doing.
I will say the alternative transport was very much an early interest of mine. And when things kind of derailed, I just defaulted to bus.
It is the lifesaver dealing with access and equity in an American city. And my second point is, and I'll be very brief over it, bus stops are a crime. Look at the money we put into airports and look at what we get for bus stops. They are dreadful places. They are dangerous. You are not protected from the environment in usually any proper way. And you're highly polluted. So this, I love the one where you're showing these, I'll call them shapes, where each one is part of a family of shape, but each one is changing. So I'm going back to a very early one, and I thought that I think this exploration, and I'm almost wanting to minimize it. I'm not wanting the ancillary bits. I think these, and I'm thinking of the technology and the color, and I think it's a dramatic idea. So that's my second reaction. My third reaction is, and you may not like this one, I think that Manchester Park and many of these others develops a whole community garden or commercial garden approach. If you want to look at Vancouver Soul Street Foods, where they put homeless people, given them opportunity by finding brownfield sites and turning them into food production. It is revolutionary. And so with this, each one of these to me has food. So I'm going to an idea that has been mooted around about danger and mobility in the city. You have a single mother having to work until say 10 in the evening. The bus may be safe, but the environment around the bus may not be. The fact that you have, hopefully you could offer it free, a user in that space, and I'm seeing, maybe I'm a foodie, but I'm seeing each one has a relationship between growing the food and all you need is a very small counter. If you look at the resourcefulness in Latino flea markets, if you really go and pick that up as a reference, they enjoy the fact that they are working out of a very small space. As a general guideline, every market stall has 5 other people employed in relationship to the market stall. So see the multiplier effect. And of course, the oil industry is paying for all of these, obviously, and they're paying for the bus, and they're probably paying to improve the road and create a separate bus lane. So I'll be quiet, but go for it. Absolutely. I think it's, to me, it's dramatically exciting.
Thank you.
I like the food comment, Simon, because it's lunchtime here.
Oh.
Well, I'll just echo Simon's enthusiasm. I think that that the close look at the landscapes, well, the overall project of creating a kind of connect the dots, if you will, between one place and another to try to create a conversation and possibilities for people is obviously great. And I like the close read of the built environment that you did to choose your focal points. I was convinced by your reasons as for why those would be useful sites of intervention. Let's talk for just 1 minute, because that were 2 minutes, about the kiosks. So you said in Hartman Park, you would have a little kiosk that would say something about the history of the bay. And I don't know the extent, or something, information, you said kind of maybe information about the bay. I don't know to what extent that kiosk idea would be replicated at other sites. But what are some other fantasies you've had about roles that kind of informational moment could play in this scheme?
Well, a part of it is definitely kind of touching on Simon's comment that you tend to be very unprotected at bus stops. So I'm also envisioning that as a small indoor waiting space, like that is conditioned space. So there would be these benches that are outside, but even though it's under a shade structure, you know, in the middle of August in Houston, it could be unbearable. So if the bus isn't coming for 20 minutes, it might be more comfortable to sit inside. So I'm interested in providing that, but I wanted to minimize kind of conditioned space in that way. So I didn't want all of the seating to be indoors. But then for that space to still be an opportunity to kind of promote information about the bay and this new park project that has all of these amenities. And then maybe giving a taste of the kind of activities that one could enjoy if one was able to go. So maybe like small little desks by the waiting space where kids could do art projects, because I think that's one of the possibilities on the bay is they're trying to engage with kind of school-age children. So I don't know, I think that's an area that I definitely still need to define more clearly, but.
Yeah, I think it's one of those canvases that you're creating for us, right? That gets to be filled in, which I think is exciting, and we can imagine lots of different possibilities. We're in a moment where we need to kind of rethink what informational kiosks look like and what they're about and what purpose they serve. We also need to rethink things like historical markers, which is something that we've done to mark and measure the land, but could really be kind of renovated and get a kickstart. I don't know if, you know, one sort of idea that came to mind is like a justice installation, right? Like if you were, if this was an intervention and it's about equity and it's about transport and it's about access, how could those kiosk moments speak to the issues that have gotten the community in Manchester where they find themselves today, and what the responsibility of these firms that have these oil refinery landscapes are going to be to get us out of this in the future, right? So like how could the narrative of what you're doing take on some kind of relevance in how you fill out this specific kinds of information that happen in those kiosk spaces? That's something that's come to mind for me.
I think that's a really exciting possibility, because it's a huge driver of my project, is this concept that, you know, the city is developing this project, even though they're leaving these communities in the dust, and there should be some sense of justice behind that, which is what I'm trying to achieve by pulling them there.
Yeah, I mean, and one last thing that I think because you're already taking people, you're already proposing to take people on a spatial journey. What can they learn out the bus window at your sites about what they're seeing? You know, like informational, almost about the history of the places that they're finding themselves in, right? Sort of, yes, they're going to hopefully be inspired to go to this new park and use the nice amenities there and enrich their lives. But maybe they'll also be able to kind of get more of a sense of why the city is so unequal, why they have found themselves in the place they've found themselves, and maybe a tiny kernel of how they're going to, you know, walk out of that situation.
Move forward. Yeah, that's a great idea.
But I think it's a great project, so I'm excited that you get to keep working on it.
Thank you. I'm going to.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Christy, I think all the comments have been very helpful. I too like the fact that it's dispersed throughout eastern part of the city. Sarah and Simon, would you like, I know we're just running a little over time, would you like to just say a sentence or two in conclusion after looking at Laura, Molly, Kate's, and Christy's projects this morning?
I'll be really brief because I have to go into another review and do a quick check on my studio and the gap. When Sarah was speaking, I was thinking that there would be a plaque or a wall in Christie's wonderful pavilions, and please don't dumb down the pavilions that had the equivalent of a packet of cigarettes, only you changed out nicotine for oil, if you work it out. No, really, I would strongly emphasize the fact that architecture is strongly an environmental and community-based discipline, and we need to really be approaching architecture from a different point of view. So I'm making a final lateral comment. There's a great thing in our school where we use the word precedent, and usually it means find a famous building or find a famous architect. And I wish that we had far more precedents of where we have buildings that are seriously attacking and addressing the global crisis, the community crisis, the crisis of poverty in America, and really seeing that we did have a time where architecture was so central to and I think we have to return to that. So I very much welcome this and get the message out, and good to see you. I'm sorry I have to fly, but if not, I'll be in some trouble. Take care. Bye. Do take care.
You too.
Well, I can't see them because they don't have their cameras on, but I'll assume that they're there, the little black, there they are. Hi, guys.
Yeah, they're waking up.
Nice to see your faces. I think that, you know, partly I have to just comment on the format of this. I wish, it's a little hard. I wish, I mean, one thing that's frustrating is you guys can't talk to each other right now. Like normally in these spaces, there's, you know, you kind of have our comments, but then you kind of go back and whisper to each other and talk about sort of, you know, what you're thinking about and how your thinking is evolving, right? And so I'm very cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of lost opportunity here for connecting amongst ourselves. Even the fact that this is the first time I'm seeing some of the pictures of you, right? Because the black box is just a different, it's just a different feeling you have when you're speaking to, right? So anyway, where I'm going with this is that I'm very impressed. All three projects we saw this morning are dealing and tackling with real issues, and you guys are clearly in it. You're thinking about it, you're in it to evolve yourselves, you're in it to grow and to have a kind of a perspective and a position on design. You chose this studio for a reason, obviously. And I'm excited by the fact that it sounds like, you know, and you are all demonstrating the fact that you intend to kind of take your politics and your perspective forward. I think spaces where everything happens, everything. So, you know, being a space maker who doesn't consciously include this in their objectives is just missing the opportunity that being a designer affords us. So great work. I'm very impressed that you put so much into it. And I know that these last couple of weeks have been really, really challenging. So I know you've done that under some pretty challenging circumstances. I wish you could all speak to each other and informally chat. You should chat each other up in the chat bar here while we're talking. You should take advantage of that today. Don't you think, Coleman?
We have a group me, don't worry.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, but thank you. Thank you for sharing and for putting so much into this. It's been great.
Sarah, thank you. I'm
Thank
delighted.
you so much, Sarah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Join us for the next two. It would be great to have your input, looking at it from a different perspective than the students are used to having. But, so thanks, and tell Chesney hello for me.
Will do. And I'm sorry I snapped at my son. I should have just been nice to him. He was just excited by an owl, and I was like, oh no.
You were so nice to him.
You were really nice, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. Okay, everyone else, we ran a little over time, but let's be back at 12:30 and look at the next group. I'm not even sure who our critics are. I'll look real quick, but try to keep your presentations in 10 to 12 minutes so we have plenty of time. I know there's so much to talk about because it's built on, this project's particularly built on idea. If you can find a way to edit a little bit, it would help. But otherwise, I look forward to seeing you back in about 20 minutes. I'm not going to turn this off. We've been asked to keep it on all day. So you can stay on this if you like to. You don't have to sign off, okay?
Coleman?
Yes.
If it's okay, I need to be 10 minutes late. I still have to like open up the Zoom meeting that I TA at 12:30.
Sure.
But then I'll be back in.
What else they need to do?
Sorry?
Okay. See you all soon. No problem. Yeah, okay. No problem.
Also, sorry,
yeah,
Kate and Christy, that I kind of ran over on time.
No worries. You had more to talk about than I did, for sure.
It's always the case on the first one, Laura Marley. It's natural.
Yeah, you had to give all the context too.
You did.
Well,
you all both know what we're doing here, and the students know, I think both of you all, but Morgan and Matt, just say a minute's worth about yourself and who you are and what you do. I have 4 interior designers, and so they may not be as familiar with you all.
Okay. Yeah, Matt, you can go first if you want.
Sure. I'm Matt Ficus. I teach design studio as well as lecture courses at UT. So I primarily teach vertical studio to graduate students in integrative studio or comprehensive in the advanced section. And then I teach construction 4 and a daylighting seminar. And I have a practice here in town. So that's maybe enough for me. Morgan, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So my name is Morgan Slusaric. I have not been working professionally for about a year due to daycare issues. But before that, I worked for Mel Lawrence for a couple of years. I worked for a small local firm, startup firm called Point B for a couple of years. And then this spring, I started coordinating the School of Architecture's Summer Academy to try and get that back up and running, but then coronavirus struck. So that's been postponed until next summer. And then Mel and I took over Elizabeth Danzy's studio, vertical studio at spring break. So we've been doing some teaching as well. And that's me.
Yeah, I'd love to have a conversation with you about summer, what's planned for it and so forth. Okay, so quickly, I'll go through this. This is an advanced design studio, as you know, and I think both of you are somewhat familiar with what the Gulf Coast Design Lab does on the coast, working with stakeholders, primarily promoting environmental education, one type or another. So this project was broken into before spring break and after spring break. And the first was a very small, typically for what we do, a very small design build project on High Island. And I'll talk about that in a moment. And then Galveston Bay Park and issues of equity. That's what you're going to be looking at this afternoon. So on our first week, our first trip down there, I think the second week, we began to look at Houston. We went to the neighborhood that we're working within. We also took a trip down the ship channel. There's a boat that takes tourists along the ship channel. If you don't know what the ship channel is, it's where all, excuse me, where all the industry in Houston is located. And so you can actually take this tour and see petrochemical facilities for about an hour and a half. So we did that.
Coleman, is that the same tour that we went on when I was in your studio? Didn't we do that? Or maybe I was with, okay, sorry. Go ahead, keep going. I thought.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Good. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
So we're dealing with Manchester, and the students will focus on that in a moment. But Manchester is a fence line community. If you're not familiar with the term fence line, it's communities that back up to polluting industries typically. And so those communities have high cancer rates, lung diseases, that sort of thing. And so this community that we're working with is that very same condition. So this is the Valero plant, which is one of the closest to the community, and it's always in the background of this neighborhood. But I'll go in more detail. I'm going to jump quickly to the first half of the semester. Is that it was Houston Audubon on High Island, and High Island is on the eastern end of Bolivar Peninsula, about 30-minute drive from Galveston. And Houston Audubon here, there's several sanctuaries on the island. It's a huge destination for migrating birds, particularly coming back in the spring over the Gulf of Mexico. They're just exhausted and they drop in here and stay. And it attracts thousands and thousands of people, particularly in the spring. The place would be loaded right now if it weren't for COVID. This is prime time of the year. They have a site they've been developing within the sanctuary called Coop. And part of it is to allow volunteers in RV homes to come in and set up their home for several weeks, several months even. And they do volunteer work. They'll help keep the place clean, but they're also given a crash course in environmental education, stewardship practices, and that sort of thing. So they talk to the visitors there about that. And so last semester, my students did a full-blown project, and it's what you see in the background here. It's an outdoor living room, screen porch, and then a fire pit area on the other side of that. And it's for these visitors that will come and trying to make it more like home to them. There will be furniture in there that these students this semester were to have designed and built. And what they're looking at right now is getting an idea for a footbridge along a small area that takes water from time to time. So their project was design and build furniture and the footbridge. So first trip, they were down there. You can see one of the campers in the background there. One of the first things is they got a lay of the land, looking at grades and that sort of thing, looking at sizes of the area they were going to be providing furniture for. I came back to campus and started doing mock-ups of actually what the height and the angle of furniture should be to be comfortable. That's what they're doing here. Then they began some welding. They got some weld part along with the tables, but of course with the virus we had to stop. Hold on just a second. Looked like I thought maybe Travis was coming in. No, sorry. And then worked on campus as we always do to try to make some components and get a jump start on the project. And then here we are starting to work the beginning. We got to it, framed it up, got some stepping stones in, that sort of thing, that worked in unison with the earlier design. Framing it up, got it all framed up. And this is where we pretty much left it. Our plan was to go back for one more 2-day trip and finish it up. But with the quarantine, we were unable to do that. So things changed after that. And then since we've been quarantined, this is the project that the students have been working on. They did some initial research at the beginning of the semester, but this is what they focused on for the last 5 weeks. It's a speculative Manchester neighborhood. And as I said, Manchester backs up to the Houston ship channel. If you're not familiar with Houston, so many people in Houston don't even know about the industries in the ship channel there, particularly communities to the north and west of the city. But it's a 25-mile long complex. It's 200 private public industries. It's the second largest port by tonnage in the United States. So many people don't even think of Houston as a coastal city, but it is. And it's the largest petrochemical complex in the country, and that accounts for 42% of the nation's petroleum and chemical production. It's pretty remarkable. Here you can see Houston, the city of Houston, CBD in the background, ship channel to the right. Where that smoke is coming out towards the back, that's the Valero plant that you saw in some of the earlier images. And the neighborhood that the students are working in are to the left of that, where it's sort of a dark, those are trees of that neighborhood, to give you a sense. Houston, as you all know, is prone to hurricanes. We all know about Harvey in 2017. It's a city that should never have been built there. They've concreted their bayous, and flooding's a terrible problem, as we all know. Here's one of the industries had some oil leakage during Harvey. These things go on all the time there, floods or not. So Galveston Bay Park, to shift real quickly here, is a proposal by the city and somewhat the state, but mostly the city, to develop essentially a levee park out in the middle of the bay. What you see in green there is a proposal for a 13-mile long park that would protect areas primarily to the west. And if you look at that tan color, those are areas where the petrochemical industry is. Down at the bottom right, that's Texas City, and they have their own levee system. I won't go into many details, but this is a very political issue, as you could imagine. There's another proposal along the barrier islands to build levees and a gate, but it's billions and billions of dollars. I mean, we're 25 billion. This park that they're talking about is more like 3 billion. So within scope of possibility. So it would protect these industries. It would protect part of eastern Houston that's most prone to flooding. If you look up at the upper left, there's Manchester neighborhood. That's where the students are going to work, and they'll describe that to you in more detail. But the park, Rogers and Partners in Houston is the primary lead designer. Rice University, the SPEED group there, if you're familiar with them, they're working with them, a group of scientists and ecologists and so forth, trying to have this as little impact as possible. But a 25-foot high island in the middle of the bay with international shipping going back and forth is going to be an interesting proposition. So promoting it, it's new shoreline, it's trying to recreate new habitats, tidal wetlands and coastal prairies. Of course, they're speaking to the ecological groups in the city. Designed to stop storm surge, as I said, to 25 feet, soft edges, bayfront experience that really doesn't exist today. It's all been pretty much destroyed by development around the bay, except for the east side. So that's the proposal. You can see a gate there on the left where the large ships would come and go. So they're promoting the park to have amenities like hiking, camping, kayaking, and horseback riding, what you might expect in a park of this type. So focusing back on Manchester neighborhood, this issue of equity is trying to find a relationship between the park proposal, the park getting built, the fact that these industries are being protected, but yet neighborhoods up and down the ship channel like Manchester are not getting any attention at all. They're highly polluted. As it says here, 90% of the people in Manchester live within 1 mile of a chemical facility. and it's literally killing them. The worst effect is on the children in this neighborhood. This was in March 2019. May I remember on fire in one of the plants down there. That was just spewing out benzene and all sorts of other harmful chemicals over the city, but with Manchester being closest, they got the brunt of it. Here's a family that lost a child to cancer at a young age. You can see the facilities in the background, but it's a minority community. 98% of the population's minorities, and of that, 96 is Hispanic. The median household is only 38,000, and about a third of the population, the people there, are below poverty level. So it's like other neighborhoods in Houston that are primarily minority. They're getting the bad end of the deal. So children with asthma, as I say, that's one big issue. Air pollutants, that elevated levels. Another thing that makes this tougher is Texas has one of the most liberal guardian positions about pollutions in the state. Other states would not even allow these industries to operate essentially in the center of a major city like this. But this is Texas and oil and all of that. These airborne chemicals are released and really doing harm to those closest by. Here you can see kids out here playing with the factories in the background. Community gathering together, trying to get some sort of change. Of course, nothing has happened because the industries are so big and the neighborhoods are so small. In looking at issues of equity, began looking at what is the deal. Both of you all know about that, I'm sure. House of Representatives, AOC particularly leading the way, proposed that. And the students are using this as a guide to have their own paper, so to speak, in what their project is going to achieve as issues of equity. They will describe that. I've asked them to present 3 points that their project may address in regards to this. Reduce and eliminate greenhouse gas, reduce and eliminate environmental degradation, create high-wage jobs, repair and upgrade infrastructure, counteract systematic injustice, secure and guarantee for all clean air and water, climate and community resiliency, healthy food, access to nature, sustainable environments. These are things that the country should be doing right now, right? But we're not. And it's a very partisan issue, as you know. So Galveston Bay Park and issues of equity is loosely what we're calling this. It's a speculative studio in that the students determine their own program in a way that benefits the park and underserved neighborhoods, and they each have their own take on that. It's a new public space. I asked them to develop something in the range of 20,000 square feet. Mm-hmm. And I also particularly asked them not to treat this as an either or approach, Manchester good, park bad, but it's a both and response. How to provide the city of Houston with this great new park, but also offer parity, equity for those living in these neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. So that's a quick review of it. And let's see, who goes first on the afternoon group?
Hey, I'm first.
Okay. If you can share your screen with us, let me stop sharing. Okay. And just as a reminder, if you let your critics know where you are, if you're architecture, interior design, where you are towards graduation and so forth.
Okay. Sure. So hi y'all, I'm Hannah. I think I had you, Matt, for construction for about a year ago. So I'm a senior architecture student and I'm graduating next spring. So Coleman just gave us a rundown about Manchester, but I'll just continue that for my presentation. Can you all see my mouse on your screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so this area right here is Manchester along the bayou. It's a just small neighborhood community right on Houston's eastern edge. That edge is like right here. It's like the very end. And it's right on the edge of the 2nd Ward.
Hannah, can I interrupt you for just a moment?
Sure.
Travis Avery has just joined us. Sorry, Travis, about the hang up on getting in.
So this area right here is Manchester along the bayou. It's a just small neighborhood community right on Houston's eastern edge. That edge is like right here. Is my audio really late? I just heard myself.
Yeah, it's like you've said it twice.
Yeah, said it twice. There's a real delay. Maybe it'll have solved itself. I don't know. Travis, were you able to hear what I was saying about entering the conversation?
Hi, Coleman. Hi, everybody. I was listening on the live feed, so.
Oh. Sorry you had some problems. Tell everyone who you are. It's great to hear your voice, by the way. It's been too many years. Glad you're
Travis.
In reviews. Yeah.
Hey, Morgan. So my name's Travis Avery. I was a graduate of the graduate program in UTSOA. I graduated in 2012 and have been working for Murray Legg since then.
Thanks for being here. I haven't said much at all. Sounds like you've heard it too, so I'll just move on.
I think you can just pick up where you left off, Hannah.
All right. So Manchester was founded in the 1860s as a railroad switch conveniently located on the intersection of the Brays and Buffalo bayous. And because of that location today, industrial plants like Goodyear, LyondellBasell, Texas Petrochemicals, and even Valero are sited on Manchester's waterfront edge, just surrounding it. And since 2000, Manchester has had the highest amount of 1,3-butadiene of any area in the state. And this is obviously it's a biological problem, but it's also a systemic problem. Senator Kamala Harris said that we must ensure that communities that already are contending with unsafe drinking water, toxic air, and lack of economic opportunity are not left behind. And that just hits on the reality that climate change is a systemic issue. It has to do with race, it has to do with poverty, and Manchester is a really salient example of that. And just looking at the neighborhood's history, the East End's website tells us at the bottom of my slide here that the East End used to be very multicultural, like it was very evenly just diverse all around, compared to Houston especially. But with some political changes, many Asian businesses moved, and then white flight happened, and now the East End is not diverse anymore, and it's primarily Hispanic and African American and primarily poor, which just makes it more at risk to environmental racism. So there's a lot of industry in the bayou. The brown areas are industry. And again, here's Manchester right here, and you can see that it's surrounded on all sides by industry, and then here by the highway, completely isolated. So it's been isolated from surrounding neighborhoods by the oil industry. And while the 2nd Ward, which is up here, is a vibrant cultural district, officially, known for its street art, cultural events, and convenient connection to downtown, Manchester is detached from its ward's amenities. And Manchester needs to be reconnected to El Segundo Barrio and brought up to its par. So the first step that I drew out for that was extending Buffalo Bayou and its trails. So the existing parks are this sort of like dark green, and then you see this light green with the dash. This is the park extension that I'm proposing. So it can extend along the Buffalo Bayou and along the Brays Bayou and connecting it with that trail system back to the 2nd Ward. And then also it can start to separate the neighborhood houses from that industry on its edge. This water can be extended as a bayou through Manchester, and the park can be extended to find its terminus in the existing Hartman Park. which we'll continue to touch on and look at. And by extending the bayou through this, we provide a biological barrier, which really is the only way that you can start helping people in that area not be exposed, is distance, physical distance, plants that absorb chemicals. These are small things we can do. What really needs to be done is removing people from the area, but like, this is the next thing.
How wide is the bayou you're proposing, Hannah?
The same width as the smaller braised bayou, just about.
Okay.
So the next step, reconnecting after extending the parks and the bayou, is expanding the existing bus line, which is in yellow, expanding the existing metro line, and inserting a new ferry route. So you can see this bus line and the solid lines, it already exists between the industries, but if we expand it, we can add a hub at that park, and we can more fully connect it to this metro. And that metro already exists for the rest of El Segundo Barrio and like connects them to downtown, so people who live in this area can work downtown or easily get there. And we can extend it so that Manchester has the same resources. And then the ferry, which you can see down here, let me zoom in. The ferry can connect them to Galveston Bay Park Island, which they wouldn't have easy access to either, which is a great way to connect them to the natural environment. So then the next thing is to extend resources. So in addition to connecting Manchester to the Second Ward, it needs to be equalized in terms of cultural and economic qualities by developing the existing Hartman Park with a new community center, which is here, which is equipped with a daycare, an elderly hangout, an outdoor market, which you can see is here, a community garden, which is here, and a ferry launch, which is down here. Manchester will have its own accessible amenities and hangout spots equal to the rest of El Segundo Barrio. And the elevated community center would also function as a lily pad shelter for Manchester residents during a natural disaster, which is something that's specified by the Houston Resiliency Code research thing they put out. They call like shelter spots lily pads, and they suggest that every neighborhood should have a space that can accommodate a lot of people in case of disaster. So that's a secondary use that this will have, that we'll touch on more later. But in general, investing in cultural infrastructure puts Manchester on equal footing with its ward, and extending accessible transit connects the neighborhood to its ward. You can see this is the market with an overhang, an array. This is the community center. And these diagrams sort of explain my thought process when I was laying things out. The first thing I did after extending the park to this area was create a trail that sort of outlines the existing park and creates a sort of circumnavigating area. And then there's this path that is more central. So it's like there's definitely open spaces that people can just hang out in. But then also there's a level of directionality. The second step was a plinth. So these are raised platforms. Like the market is raised 3 feet at its highest. Community center is raised 3 feet because that's the local way of adapting to floods, is just raising the floor. Like almost all of the houses here are raised in some way. And then finally, obviously Houston is hot and sunny, so these have overhangs. So this is the community center. The first thing I did was sort of calculate how big should all my programs be. And then considering Houston's humid and hot environment, I considered removing this sort of dog run space. So like this, to like allow wind to push through the space. So between the auditorium and this like community center, there's this dog run that it pulls wind through it, and this atrium that pulls wind through it in different ways and sort of points towards different things on the site. So for example, this points towards like the playground, or the market, the playground, the neighborhood, and the auditorium. So just to walk you guys through the program, these two are daycares because there are a ton of children in this neighborhood. It's like I think 20% of the neighborhood is under 10. So that's definitely a need. And then there's also a kindergarten because a lot of poor areas don't have access to kindergartens. And so it would be a great program for this neighborhood. And then finally, an elderly sort of lounge, hangout that's just sort of open because there are a lot of elderly people in this neighborhood. And it would be great to have a space for them. An auditorium because in their existing community center, there's a basketball court and they seem to really use that and love that. So I kept that. And then this section, let me zoom in. I'll just walk you through. This is an east-west section. So you can see it's like sort of cuts right here. Okay, so first you have the bus stop right here where we've expanded the bus to stop there. And you can sort of see, it's hard because I had to compress it for the uploads, but sorry, I'm kind of breathing. I don't know if you can hear me right now. Sorry about that. My thing just froze, so I'm gonna pull it up. It might be a minute.
Yeah, your audio was also kind of a little sketchy too, so I don't know. In the past, whenever I not Hannah, if you sharing, well, I guess you have to share your video in order to share your screen. No, yeah, no. If you stop sharing your video and then share your screen, it might reduce some of the demand. I don't know a better way of saying that.
My computer's been through a lot the past 24 hours.
We've been turning our image off as a way to help, and it does a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep going. So there's the bus stop on the left, the community garden to help combat food desert that is there. You can see that playground there. There's stairs with also sort of benches for parents to walk their kids on the community center. This is the community center. You can see that opening to the dog run. And then structurally, you can also see how key walls sort of come down and start to become floaties. And the sort of plinth actually hangs from those floaties. I can go back to the actual answer that later too, if that doesn't make sense. And then there's the parking lot, which is actually just the existing lot. I kept it and added trees. And then if you continue walking, you get to the ferry dock that also can be used as a canoe launch, because that's actually something that exists all along the bayou, so I thought that would be fun. So this is what the inside of the community center courtyard would kind of look like, with the sort of daycare in these different shapes, the elderly hangout, a planting, an atrium overhead, and you can actually see straight through to the market.
Is the floor like a basically so you could get air moving underneath that plinth and up through the flooring as well? Okay.
Yes, they're vertically placed 2x4s, which is something we did in our bridge.
Okay.
So I just kept it for that area of the plinth.
Okay.
And then the second floor of the community center is designed for two different circumstances. So, well, first of all, it was designed to act as a community center. So there's like a sort of large open space that could be used for meeting, like, or a lecture, or even a church could rent it, whatever they would want to do. I'll just hang up. Sorry, my computer's having difficulty. I don't know if y'all can hear me.
We can.
Yeah.
Or I can.
We can hear. Just keep going, Hannah. Keep going.
All right, I'll keep going. So then there's a little community kitchen, and there's small reservable spaces. But then during disaster, it can be converted to have tons of bunk beds. It has a kitchen up there, which would be good, and it has a bathroom up there, which would be necessary. And in addition, the auditorium, of course, could also act as a shelter. So it was thought about. And this is the market. You can see all of these, like this array of different spaces that could be used either temporarily for like a Saturday farmer's market or maybe permanently for lunches for industrial workers at the refineries. You can see like it's a raised plinth on the left side, but then there's filled soil, so it becomes at grade over here, allowing people who are on their bike or in a wheelchair or whatever just to go right into the rest of the park. There's sort of an area for sitting or people who have little food carts. I wanted it to be sort of like the termination point of that trail all across the second ward and like a sort of cultural center where like people could run a 5K to the spot. People could meet up at this spot. This is my other section. It's going the opposite direction, north-south. So you can see over here, it's a ferry on its way. This is that trail in section, so it's closer to the waterfront. And you can see this is the market. Yeah, it's been compressed, but you can see there's graffiti, local graffiti on the sides, which is something that's definitely characteristic of the rest of the second ward. Some of these market structures have rooftops that people can go up to. So potentially people could get some food downstairs and then go up and eat there. And you can see the overhang and that connection. I've added a sort of water feature between the community center with some trees and the market. And then this is the community center, and you can see this is one of the reservable office spaces. You can see that kitchenette behind. There's the atrium, sort of a large space where people could, have a large meeting or something. Here's the elderly hang out, and you can see that sort of kids daycare, kindergarten. And you can sort of see in the distance the ferry launch.
Sorry, your community center, the lower level is the one where you've carved out the space. It sort of looks like the Sana pavilion.
Yes.
With the glass walls, okay.
Yes, another curve. And this is my final render as you enter the marketplace. You can see there's the overhang, which has sort of transparent white solar panels. There are murals that are actually I took from the second ward. It's like full of murals. And you can see we're just sort of hanging out. It's become a cultural hub. So that's all I have. But just to reiterate, Manchester is a frontline community in terms of environmental racism and impact. And it's been left behind, and reconnecting it to the second ward and developing it with disaster protection and cultural infrastructure makes it a safer and more worthwhile place to live. So, thanks for.
Yeah, Hannah, can you go back to your site plan and just pause there?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not necessarily saying that I have the first commentary. I just wanted to reorient myself to your site plan.
I'm happy to buy you some time if you'd like it, Morgan.
Okay, buy me some time.
Okay. So first off, Hannah, I think this is a sophisticated proposal. There's a lot of thought into this at various scales, and clearly a lot of resolution throughout the different components, the program components, and so on and so forth. And so everything I'm going to say is going to be somewhat how it could have been thought of differently, or maybe how you might refine this going forward. Because again, I think there's a lot of merit to what we're seeing. And I would first mention that in terms of this site plan, I wonder if there would have been a way to, instead of consolidating most of the program down at the bottom portion, and which way is north, by the way?
Up.
It's up, okay. So instead of consolidating everything down at the southern portion, if there had perhaps been a bit more of an offset further up north into the site, and I realize, of course, you have in nearly the center of the site, that given pavilion there, but when you mentioned even the plinth, which you're showing on the right here, this idea of the plinth, which is a very pragmatic solution to try to avoid flooding. And it makes me think, what if there had been a way to think about that rather than only being the utilitarian aspect of just elevating above? What if that became a way to sculpt this landscape to a certain extent as well? And so, yes, you have the getting above the 100-year plus, 500-year plus floodplain, but then what if the landscape terraced down a bit such that you could see this is where the 100-year plain is, 50-year plain is, so it became a way to mark and meter the flood story. You have this acknowledgement of it in the landscape and almost a tidal garden of sorts, depending upon certain types of floods and rain surge. And there could be a way to acknowledge that, maybe even in some of the program as well. Some of the program is not sacrificial, but it's less sacred or less precious, let's say, and could afford to withstand flooding rather than just taking all the program as designed and just jacking it up. There could be some more subtlety there. And that might be one way to array out or offset out and to activate more of the landscape. And then when you get to the floor plan, which might be one of the next slides of the, this one, yes. One of the common themes that you have here is most of your program is all introverted, and including these classrooms, they're all turning in upon your man-made infrastructure. And I wonder if there could have been a bit more relationship out to this landscape. And that could have been an example of terracing the landscape or dealing with these interstitial zones. So maybe you could have, instead of only looking in and not seeing anything, not seeing the actual site itself, if it were to open up a bit to the outside, and even just the location of the apertures could be low enough to where it controls the view to a certain extent. But as a general theme for this and for the pavilion in the center of the site, both of those are completely introverted, which I think could be a missed opportunity to use your words, to connect, to have more connection rather than closing off. And as it seems, it just seems incredibly fortress-like from the outside as well. And you could imagine how this would just seem like a very solid box from the outside. And likewise, even at night, there'd be opportunity for it to glow a bit as a glowing beacon out on this site if it opened up a little bit more. I would also say, looking at this one, that I'm not so convinced about the dog trot working the way you think it would proportionally here. I think that with that narrow of a gap, and I'm not an expert in terms of aerodynamics and fluid dynamics, those types of things, but I would imagine that it wouldn't be as much of the gentle breeze you'd be hoping for, but it would be either nothing or then like a very strong breeze coming through the alley, and with this proportion of the gap that you're showing here. But again, these are somewhat picky things, but I think they relate to a way that you could think about what you learned from this project in terms of how you take the notion of connection at different scales. How does that scale down? And think about this notion of the loggia. You have these incredible loggias surrounding here, there's overhangs. But these overhangs don't actually shade the glazing for the buildings. The buildings actually are either it's more of a black box on the right side for the sport court, or for the classrooms, the glazing is internal. So these loggias have the opportunity to shade glazing that you would have, and to set up more of a blurring between outside and inside, instead of, as a general rule, always having the thick wall containing the outside, which again pops up in the pavilion. So sorry, Morgan, I went on for longer than I thought there.
No, that's great. I'm glad you went first, because I was trying to congeal my thoughts. And I think your points about connection or the architectural insertion onto that site doesn't really speak to connection as strongly as it could, especially given the first half of your presentation about connecting through the parks and with the bus routes and the ferry. And part of me just wonders if that's a product of us being in quarantine right now, that it's like our natural posture is to be sort of inward and contained. And that's how we think, because our world is so small right now. That connection for us right now isn't coming through engaging with others, but through Zoom calls where we're sitting in our houses. But I do think, in terms of your project and what this community needs, the basic necessity of providing them a place to go, and they've got park space, and they've got a place to meet as a community, and there's a garden space. Like all of the elements are there. Your outdoor market, you know, everything's in this circular shape and facing inward, and for these people to have a courtyard experience and talking to one another. So I think all the elements to care for the people within the community are there. It's just the articulation of them, I think, needs a little bit more work. And I think that it's a scale issue. Like you've gotten the site plan, the scale of the site plan down, you've gotten your overall gestures and shapes of your buildings, but you know, there's not really any windows, or the thicknesses or thinnesses of walls or surfaces doesn't start to speak to like, well, are any of these walls starting to catch a breeze, or thinking about humidity? Like and I think that there's two levels here. Like this is a vulnerable community, and so their health needs to be protected or aided. Sorry if you can hear my kid crying. There's nothing I can do about it. But I think on the other hand, there's just like basic needs living on the coast in Texas of you know, things being light and thin and elevated off the ground and catching breeze, because humidity is a constant plague upon us. So I think the main issue is mainly getting down to the scale of the human body and saying, how do each of these structures help a person just exist in Texas? But then there's also questions about, like, other than meeting the necessity of like a meeting space for people to gather and have a sense of community, how does this really address their health? Like I see the garden plots are good, but then I also have questions about like, okay, well, how do you ensure that those vegetables growing there are healthy and they haven't been soaking up chemicals? Like, I don't know that I have the answer to that. Is it that they're in raised planter beds and you can replace the soil and as needed, or is there something that needs to be put in the site to help block some sort of direct breeze coming from the chemical plant? Is it a rainwater collection system that's there as well, so that they can treat their water? But I also think Matt's comment about the north half of the site being sculpted a little bit more would have helped make this community center feel like it is taking over the whole site as opposed to one edge of it. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself now.
Hi, Hannah, this is Travis. I just have a couple questions, and I apologize if you already addressed this. I was trying to, came in late, I was trying to catch up. So can you briefly describe the surrounding uses in the neighborhood? Like what's to the north? I see that the right-hand side is the bayou, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
better in this image. So around it on this side is refineries.
Okay.
And then there's sort of the neighborhood on the other two sides.
Okay. And then, so, I mean, I start to see some reasons maybe why you would locate the main infrastructure in close proximity to the neighborhood. Is that what you're thinking there, that the building would be closer to the neighborhood?
Right. I mean, short of paying for everyone to move somewhere, the best thing we can do is provide a distance barrier and a biological barrier between the neighborhood and the refineries. So yeah, I was definitely placing it closer to the neighborhood and trying to place plants in distance.
Then again, I apologize if you already spoke to this specifically, but can you talk about the reasons you located the market in the middle of the park?
Right. So it's the ending point, the termination of the extended trail that goes from the beginning of the second ward to here. So I wanted it to feel like a moment of arrival, so that, you know, the sort of circle icon that it has in plan and that you would experience when you were there. It's central in the park. It just sort of like really marks your arrival at this final point. So it's placed in the center because, you know, I wanted there to be an easy path sort of to different areas of the site. There's like a path that goes all the way around it. There's a path that goes more directly to the ferry, and it's in the center of that. So it's sort of designed to be efficient, but also interweave the site, which I also have here. That was the idea.
And are there other kind of larger open spaces in the neighborhood, or is this kind of it?
That's it.
Okay.
Hannah, did you? I unmuted myself because I had another question in seeing that sort of bird's eye view of your site. I guess I'm seeing the plant right across the street in this image. You've got this large open space for people to congregate in, yet you don't really want them to get too close. You know, like you want to keep them away from it at the same time. Did you think about like planting more trees along that edge as a biological buffer, and that well, are you trying to encourage people to use that whole space, or do you not want them to use that edge?
Well, I mean, my stance on my abilities in designing this project is that the only way, like, to completely solve the problem is to obliterate the refineries, remove the people. But since that's a politician's job, it's not an architect's job. What I am doing is designing for a better future, you know. And I mean, I can't completely eliminate it. So like, I want to make this a better place to be. In terms of things I could have done environmentally, I had intended on researching different indigenous plants that can absorb. I didn't quite get to plant selection in this process, but yeah, more plants could have been better. I do want people to be able to use it. It's not perfect in terms of, yeah, they shouldn't be there, but they also shouldn't even live there. So I just
mean like if you want people to exist on that edge, then they need to have, you know, a reason to exist there. And if you don't want them to be there, then there needs to be something shown to suggest that you don't want them to exist in that spot. Like, of course, like moving them would be the best thing for their health, but that's not a reality, and that's not what you're charged with doing. But that is your whole site, right? All of that is your site. So you have to think about human and habitation on all parts of it, even if it's not built.
I have a couple just quick thoughts about that. It just seems like, you know, that's a problem. It's an immediate problem. It's going to be a medium-term problem, and possibly going to change in the future. But it seems like the condition in to the north of the site is pretty well entrenched and is not going away anytime soon. And I'm almost wondering if there's a version of this where, again, you might have touched on this while I was not here, but a lot of your program in the your buildings as they are right now, as Matt had talked about, they're really fortress-like, bunker-like, and part of that is a consequence of the program, like the sport court. But I wonder if there's a version of this where you use the building as a wall, as a protective barrier, or to mitigate the gnarly refineries to the north, and then the neighborhood, and use it as a way to sort of divide the two areas and provide a buffer that would soften the environment around the park and the neighborhood. Because right now it looks like, you know, you've got the building that's closer to the neighborhood, but you're also it's almost like the park is the backyard. That's like all the things that you don't want to see. right? Like when you get past the building, you're in the park and you have direct visual connection to these surrounding things that don't really, that aren't fit for human habitation. So the building as a wall might be another way to explore like what the building can do is a way to improve immediately the environment of the park and also the neighborhood. Basically flipping it.
Yeah, that's a really interesting idea.
So then you can have a lot more, outdoor friendly activity closer to the neighborhood, and the building becomes a buffer.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to start wrapping up here.
And I have one more quick question, or one more quick comment too, about the location of the market right in the middle of the park. And I understand the reasoning behind it, and I'm not quite sold. I mean, I like the idea in the way that you have conceived of this object and this destination. I'm not totally convinced that the middle of the site is where is best placed, because if there's a shortage of open space, green space in the neighborhood, you're kind of taking away a lot of it just because of the ramp on one side. Like there's a lot less connectivity around the market than you might envision. So maybe biasing it off to one side or the other would allow that green space to be green space if that's what you want it to be. So it's less efficient as a park with that in the middle. And I think it would still function the same way that you want if it's biased towards one side or the other.
Right.
That's all. Thank you. It's a good project. I really like a lot of the ideas and what you've come up with.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on. Hannah, as everyone said, it really is an extraordinary project. I think in some ways, the fact that you want your building to be a fortress, a place of protection, that's one position. And then also opening up out into the community is the other position. Yeah, it's difficult maybe to bring those two together in many ways, but I think these comments might help you think about that. Some of it seems to be location on the site that could be maybe rethought, but all in all, very good project.
Thank you. And thank you guys for the critiques. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, Hannah, I also wanted to say, I really like the aesthetic of your renderings.
Yeah.
They look like almost like some mixture between tile work and a painting, like some mosaic in a painting. Anyway, I think you did a nice job with those.
Okay. Thanks, Morgan. Who's next? Abby, are you next?
Yeah, I'm next.
Yeah, okay. Share screen with us.
So my name is Abigail Lopez, and I'm a fourth year interior designer graduating this semester. And for my project, I kind of wanted to focus on drawing awareness to like the company's like environmental impact on the Galveston Bay, and also invite the neighborhoods in Houston to become involved in environmental issue through programs. And I also wanted to provide a way through which the neighbors, the surrounding neighborhoods could become aware of all the amenities on the Galveston Bay Park. And so my solution proposal to that was to create 2 cultural centers, one located in Manchester and the other located in the Galveston Bay Park. Both would have the same overall design, but with the difference in locations that would kind of direct them to pursue equity in 2 different manners, where the Galveston Bay Cultural Center would focus more on like restoring the natural ecosystems and ensuring the protection of public lands. And the Manchester Cultural Center would counteract systematic injustices by training and educating the surrounding communities. And it would also be a link to the cultural center in Galveston Bay Park with a transportation route of a bus and a ferry. And And so for the design project, I kind of wanted to focus on the one in the Manchester area. And so my site plan is Picer Park. And I focused mainly on the building design, but I also did change a bit of the existing park right now with a running trail that goes through in between the park and around it, and also surrounding the cultural center. Right here is a playground with a seating area, 2 basketball courts, and a soccer field. And then right here along San Saba Street is parking. And then for my materials on this project, I kind of wanted to go with sandstone as the overall material for the walls, and walnut for the walkways, and clay for the roofs. And for the color palette, I kind of went around houses in the existing neighborhood and chose like similar to the colors they had, though not as bright, because I wanted murals to be able to stand out on the walls, and for that to be something that the public has as a sense of pride and a community and involvement. And so this is the floor plan facing north, and right here would be Lawndale Street. And so right here is the entrance to the lobby, where there will also be like a background of the history of the Houston Ship Channel and how the companies have impacted the community. And that would also be where people would be told of the amenities available to them through the Galveston Bay Park Cultural Center. Over here we have offices, private offices, more for the people who help run the cultural center. And if you go further back, right here is a child care area with the private child restroom. And so this is for like anyone who needs daycare or is in the center using the classrooms, and they need to have their children taken care of, or even just people helping work in the space. And if you go further back to number 5, this is a mini library, kind of just with children's books, normal chapter books, but also just like history books that are more pertinent to Houston's history. This is a cafeteria alongside a kitchen that are both accessible with different doors. And then this right here is a community garden that provides food for the community, but also for the kitchen area. And number 11 is an outdoor pavilion space. And then right here we have is a courtyard. And so 13 right here is seating with an outdoor classroom and a toddler playground. And then the main building also has a second floor. And on the second floor would be 2 labs that would focus on researching the area in Manchester Bay, and also making the information available to the public. And then these 2 are computer labs that would be open to the public for classes. And so this is the facade of the building on Lawndale Street. And for most part, I kept the exterior of my building solid with not many windows, but for the facade, I kind of wanted to have this big opening where you can see inside, and as a welcome. And there was also some flora that I was interested in researching, local flora, and putting in my building. I never got around to putting it in renderings, but it was something that I wanted to research further. This right here is a perspective view from the lobby side door, looking into the courtyard and to the classrooms. So that would be located right here, looking over here. And then this is a picture, a rendering of an idea of what the library would look like, and also showing a transition from the exterior to the interior. And then this section right here cuts through the community garden, the courtyard right here, showing how there's like a 2-foot difference. And then these right here are the classrooms. And then these right here are, let me see if I can find them. These right here are shading devices that are covering certain spots, such as the seating area and the outdoor classroom, which I'll show in a second. And then this right here is the main building. Right here are the labs. And then this is the library with the hallway. And then this right here is a section of the outdoor pavilion. And then these elevations are to show the different like heights of the building, but also how I used mainly windows on the north side to get as much north light as possible. But other than that, I tried to avoid bringing in as much transparency into the building because I wanted to make it as private as possible to the community, which explains the design of these right here where it's, these right here where you could still see inside and outside, but it still helps give a sense of semi-privacy as well. And then this is a rendering in the courtyard from the outdoor class space, looking towards the seating space, the toddler playground. And then right here is the library. And I also wanted to take advantage of a lot of the bare walls that I had with like local murals made from local artists. And then this right here is the community garden. And then we have just a rendering of how they would be provided shading. And then this is a rendering of the outdoor pavilion. And my idea for the outdoor pavilion was that it would be used for basically any event that the community deemed necessary for having, such as their weddings or quinceañeras, or even just smaller flea markets. So that is my presentation.
Abigail, can you speak a little bit to when you were, so I think the layout of your program around the courtyard, like, is very thoughtful, and that makes sense. Like, I think your adjacencies are right. And I think moving around in that space would have a nice flow to it. So I think that part's really good. The question I have is your building form, both the masses as well as the tectonic pieces. How did you arrive at those? Like, were you looking at precedent studies, or where did because you've got some pretty bold moves, and so I'm just wondering where they, in your mind as a designer, where they're coming from.
I guess it slipped my mind to mention that at first I was kind of inspired by the idea of making like an hacienda styled cultural center. And then also just with the programming, I started off in blocks as well. But then I also wasn't sure what the community needed. And it kind of just led me to separate, like at first creating separate buildings and then trying to piece together the buildings in a way that I thought would flow better.
Yeah. I think your intuition about like where to put windows for natural light, that's very thoughtful. The layout of your plan, I think, is very thoughtful. And when you're talking about having in the back of your mind haciendas, I can see that coming through in your project. I think though that the layout of the program is thoughtful. The placement of like where light is coming from is thoughtful. But I think the articulation of your architecture, that would be, if you were to continue going, would be the next point to vet and be really rigorous about, and maybe studying like haciendas or or even like Central or South American architects that, since this is a primarily, sounds like Hispanic neighborhood, that sort of look at architects that build in those regions a lot as a means of connecting to that culture. So, I mean, I see it in the color palette, the materials, the murals, the gestures are all there. But I think in terms of the form of your building, it's still a little fractured and needs another pass to really make it connect to the rich architectural history of those places.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say some of the, picking up a little bit on Morgan's comments, but taking another direction, would be, I'm convinced that some of the spaces that you have, especially in the courtyard, would be quite nice spaces. And I think what I'm lacking and what I would recommend you to do, even as you package this for your portfolio, just moving on in your career, is really defining what the partie is. And I think that speaks a bit to some of Morgan's questions, but getting a sense of what some of the bigger gestural moves, and that could be in different forms. It could be partly in diagram form, that's a bit more hard-lined. I think it also could certainly be done in sketch form in terms of the overall, how, for example, the whole site is laid out and why, and then how this configuration is laid out and why. And now if you go to the section, yeah, and so here I'm starting to see something where I'm thinking, there's almost a bit of a sectional partie, but it's not completely fleshed out. Like I almost feel as sometimes the more accurate and precise and dimensionally accurate a drawing gets, it's harder to see the bigger moves. And I could imagine, I think that you latently have an idea of what some of these things are, but I can imagine in plan and section, if there were to be a quick sketch or diagram that went with this to highlight these different types of spaces, and or even then graphically laying these out with your renderings to show this is in this space, to have almost like how you in a section will have a keyed in plan. Here you can almost have something like a keyed in section within one of your renderings. And that would help to emphasize that, or maybe even in your process helps to emphasize how you make those decisions about the larger things. Because I think that overall it would be nice to understand more and to have you think more about some of those things in terms of how for example, you started talking about the materials first before then explaining why it might be sandstone or walnut or clay. But I could imagine it'd be an interesting idea about, hey, this is why I've chosen those materials, and here's how these materials are appropriated upon the massing partie and how you've assigned those materials. And then likewise, how you've then orchestrated the openings. So you began to speak about that later in terms of some of the northern windows. So you then talk about here's how the openings puncture through those, and then how that radiates out to the landscape, both inside for the courtyard and then the floor that you're interested in, how it radiates out from that, which could be even, so again, fairly quick diagrams, fairly quick plans. So I think that there are a lot of interesting ideas that you have throughout. And what I would recommend is trying to package those, like pull these together and stitch them together. And I think that for some of them they are there in your mind and they aren't coming across. Other ones you might not have thoroughly thought through yet, because there's a lot to think about here. This is a very, this project has a lot of responsibility of thinking about lots of things, not only program, but community and all the vulnerabilities that come into play. I understand there's a lot to juggle, but I think for that very reason, it helps if you can then try to thread all this together again, especially when you start to put it in your portfolio, to highlight how you go from a larger site partie to a floor plan partie and massing partie, how that relates to materials, openings, landscape, and then it all comes together and becomes just a much more kind of thorough presentation and package. But yeah, I'll stop there for now. I'll let Travis speak.
I think those are Really good comments. At first, when you were speaking about the privacy issue, can you talk a little bit more about the intention behind the keeping it super inwardly focused and what that means, what that gives a community? I'm just curious to hear what you have to say.
When I first started the project, I kind of had the idea of a completely enclosed courtyard, and so there were like solid walls around here.
Right.
And I've been trying to slowly fight the idea, because I think for me, privacy was just completely enclosing the area. But the reason I wanted to give privacy was so that way there was a sense of like confidence in the space. To the public, because I know sometimes being exposed sometimes doesn't give me a good feeling when I go to community centers.
Right.
Though I can't impose my own feelings onto like other communities. And so, but that's how it started off, with this idea of privacy. And I guess it's not shown in this rendering, but I had started to like put in windows that faced inwards as well, so that they would be getting natural light, but it was from inside the courtyard area.
Okay. I think it's a really compelling idea, and I just have a couple of thoughts about how you've resolved it in this current form. Is that I agree with Morgan in that it feels a little fractured. And also Matt, in that it's almost there, but I'm missing like that unifying system or organizational strategy that makes it really clear. Because I guess it would be a matter of identifying, again, I'm kind of repeating what the other reviewers are saying, but identifying the essential aspects of the haciendas that you find either valuable or useful in creating the space that you want, and then trying to directly translate them in your own diagram forms. Like if we look at, can you flip back to the plan?
Mm-hmm.
You start to get a sense of the boundary of this, but it's not clear what's contained and what's not. So like being able to define the interior and exterior, but also provide glimpses, I think is a really important thing. And right now it just isn't reading it. It looks like, it feels like there's just these buildings around the outside, and there's some spaces between them at the corners that are being infilled. It doesn't feel like a coherent strategy of marking your hacienda or your community center. I mean, I realize it's part of your organizational strategy, but it's not reading as clear as I think you want it to.
Abigail, can you go back to that exterior rendering? Because it's like I look at this rendering and I really love it. And when I look at this rendering, I'm like, okay, I believe in this project and that it could move forward and be something really special and wonderful. You've already got a sense of character and place going. And I think, but if I was gonna, it's like, I just wanna like go through and take the elements there and just like organize them better. And I don't mean move them around and plan. I just mean organize how each piece is articulated. So whenever I look at this, I see like four elements going on that create that character. One is like the greenery, the garden space, because that has a definite character within that courtyard area. One is and the other is like you've got like a massive heavy wall, like what haciendas would have, particularly in that outdoor circular pavilion. I think that outdoor collective gathering pavilion space, like that's your beacon to follow. because you've got almost all the elements in that one place. You've got the heavy walls, you've got a low, wide opening, you've got a trellis or roof piece that's light and thin and articulated above that. And then you've got these colorful, like fractal geometries suspended from it. And then, so the trellis and awning is like, and fractals are like the third element. And the fourth is like these outbuildings with shed roofs, right? So if I were gonna be editing this, I would say your main problem is the shape, form, how you've articulated the massive sandstone building that you enter into. Right now, it's just a plain block. And for such an important building that you're entering into to come into this, we'll call it sacred community space, it needs to be more special than just a flat facade that you've put a mural onto. So I think that building is the main issue, because if I just cover it up and I look at the rest of it, I'm like, whoa, there's some funky, cool stuff going on there. I like it. But so the buildings, the little outbuildings, I would sort of separate them so that this nice moment where you look through that trellis and the wood wall to the right of the actual entrance, I would make other moments like that where you can move past a structure and peek through and see outside. So you still have that sense of containment on the courtyard, but you have moments where you can look out, you can catch breezes. And then, that main entrance block is, I think, is the main problem.
With another comment here on that, I think those are really good points. Morgan, did you have anything else?
No, I mean, yeah, I'm good.
I think the thing that's tripping me up is that, and maybe I'm fixating on the hacienda approach a little bit too much, but the thing that's tripping me up is that there's a moment where you're saying, I want this to be private and contained. There's going to be a clear demarcation between inside and outside this space. And then the moment that is the reveal between the two is also the boundary that's supposed to be the intimate part. Like you've got an exterior perimeter, and then the core on the inside of the hacienda is this amazing contained private space that has a ring of occupiable outdoor covered space around the interior. That's like a layer between you and the actual uncovered courtyard space. And so your circulation with your shaded trellis here, I think that the moment that becomes the boundary between the interior exterior is where it starts to fall apart for me. Like I feel like the thing about the hacienda is that you have these amazing glimpses, like these windows into an interior world that you have to pass through a portal or a gate in order to gain more access to. And I think that the moment there between the entrance and the other building to the right of it can't be the thing that you're looking at through. That can't be your glimpse into it in that way. I feel like that's where it starts to, the concept starts to contradict itself. Whereas I think what could happen here is that you do have a clear boundary, a clear wall around it, but maybe it's not full height, right? Maybe it's like maybe the way that you enter into this interior space or start to move into this building is not through a glass wall with a door in it, but there's something that happens, like you're passing through the wall already by the time you get to the front door, right? There's a more of a procession or a sequence before you actually get to the front door that's more inviting and gives you more glimpses into it. Does that make sense at all? And I'm kind of rambling, but.
Well, the entry to that space makes the space more precious, or has the potential to.
Like if you would imagine, see that wall that you've got there's no way to mark up these. We don't have that.
Yeah. Coleman, I think you have the annotation function turned off on this. Is that on purpose?
Yes.
So So the mural you have to the right-hand side there with the yellow and all the people, if you were to extend that out and turn it in almost like at a lower level to create an internal like welcoming garden here, right? So you're already you've passed the boundary between the sacred and the profane, if you will, and you're already sort of inside the inner realm, and you could have an opportunity for your garden that you were talking about there. That's so that trellis circulation area doesn't become that boundary.
Okay, great. We're going to have to wrap up. Any other closing comments beneficial to Abby?
I think that at first I was skeptical of the courtyard space, but as you move through it and started showing renders, I really love it. I think it's really fun and would work really well. So yeah.
Yeah, you've done a lot of nice work, Abby.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would definitely hang out there.
Yeah, me too. I really, honestly, that's where I want to hang out right now.
Okay. Well, we'll wrap it up with that. Abby, I know you struggled in the beginning with trying to find your direction, and I think you moved your site and so forth, but you got a lot done in the last really 2 weeks to bring it around. You know, having worked in minority communities a lot, primarily African-American, having that as a place of refuge, I find it very appropriate. And, you know, I'm used to New Orleans where you have drive-by shootings and drug deals on every corner and so forth. I don't know if these neighborhoods are like that, but just having a place of protection where particularly children can go seems to be right on. I always was a little suspicious of relying on stylistic, you know, the idea of a hacienda. And I think Morgan hit it pretty well. It's a collage of different forms that don't quite come together.
Yeah, maybe it's better to look at like not as like a hacienda, but look at like regional architecture. Like, anyway.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think you're from San Antonio, and there's a strong Hispanic feeling to contemporary architecture there, even, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, a real hacienda would have 2-foot thick walls and, you know, be made of just elemental materials, say stone, stucco, and clay tile. I think if you began to limit your palette of forms that way, minimalizing it, it would tie it together. So if you work on it anymore, great comments from your critics. You might think along those lines. But very good project, and particularly in the time you had to do it. Yes, I'm impressed.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Let's see, Joanne, you're next.
Hi. So I'm Joanne, and I'm a Master of Architecture student and graduating this semester. Oh, I forgot to share my screen. Okay. My project the name is Oasis. I have 4 focus: nature, connection, activity, and education. That comes from an equity issue that I'm really interested in, that Manchester's residents don't really have a lot of access to engage in outdoor activities healthily due to the air and water pollution and lack of community and amenities and natural environment and gathering spaces. And because of that, the Oasis project, I try to provide access. How to do I click? Wait, oh, forgot to share full screen mode. Okay, so for that, my Oasis project try to provide access from my side to the Galveston Bay Park to connect to the nature and also to connect to the larger Houston public transit network. And also for the community, I try to provide amenities for chances and outdoor gatherings for green spaces and to improve local environment conditions by, in a way, having a pollution research center to research and testing the cleaning technologies and apply it to the chemical plants near the area. And also to have classes about like teaching environmental issues, and in that case to generate income for the community. So about that, you can see my idea of like connecting it to the Galveston Bay Park. I'm proposing a ferry line and a bus line from my side. And for that, I'm actually in the Manchester neighborhood. I'm trying to choose a site here. You can see that the neighborhood is everywhere by the Boyd Bio is covered by industrial area. So I chose my site based on an area like could be close to the bayou. People could within walking distance walk through a cemetery to the bayou, and then get on a ferry to Galveston Bay Park, and also connect to an existing bus line, which is also shown here, probably. Yeah, here, block a little bit. Existing bus line to continue all the way to the larger Houston bus network as well. And to look at it closely, I'm planning in a way, first I'm thinking about having a pedestrian boulevard that connect all the way from the ferry port to my side, and then to the other part of the bus stop that goes into the bus network. And also another thing in terms of orienting my massing, I was thinking about having the pollution research center close to the ferry port, the boulevard of the ferry port, where like students like could walk through, and near the chemical plants for gathering pollution data as well. And then on this side, I want to provide a street presence and having buildings like similar to the scale of the existing site buildings. Here would be the retail next to the post office in the neighborhood. And also here, this is a school, so that I'm planting some sports facilities here, so that when the students could easily be joining into our site. And also I extend the neighborhood road into the park for like more transportation use of the site as well, and also locate my community activity center. So it would be at the center of the site, close to all kind of like outdoor activities, spot allocated, the football field, basketball court, and also the soccer field and volleyball court as well. And also having a trail that loop around the site for people to walk around. And also zooming out, there is, for vehicles, there is another path that goes through to the ferry port as well. And also another reason of choosing this site is it in this diagram? Maybe it's that one actually. Yeah, it's close to the exit of the highway. So it would be close by for drawing people from the closer area to the side as well. And to zoom in even further, so for the site strategy, I was also thinking about having a chalice sort of going around the center, where the community center, the retail, and the research center is like sort of having an inward looking spaces, and also having a sunken part in the middle, where so in case of strong heavy rain in the future, it would sort of can retain some water as well. And also for the design spatial design focus, so my design has three focus. One is I'm designing the pedestrian boulevard that connect to the site, to the ferry port. Another focus is my trailer system and also the buildings. So I will begin with the boulevard first. So I have three focus of the boulevard. One is the north entrance, which connects to the ferry port side. Here I'm making it having the exhibition area and reception sort of similar to the scale of the retail area, and having this trailer system to create sort of like an entry feeling of the project. And also here I want to make it a threshold, and also later in the site plan I will show that this is sort of the highest point of my site. I want it to be sort of like when people walking down from the ferry port, and then they would be looking at having a impressive feeling, impression of this threshold thing as they approach, and then go under sort of a threshold of the boulevard and to the other side of the site. And also it also connect with a playground and also a swimming pool and the sinking park as well. Well, so there would be like programs along it. And this is the third side, looking people from the south, from the school area and sports area. They would like also have a view of the threshold, and then close to the sports field with the trailers nearby. And then the second focus is the trailer system. So I'm creating different gathering situations for the trailers of like how differently the trailers interact with building masses. So here I'm sort of in the research center outside of it, facing the park, having some gathering, sitting situation. And here I'm sort of having a outdoor classroom situation where people sort of like when weather is nice, they sort of could extend their program, whatever their teaching program they're doing, across to the park. And also this is in the swimming pool and on the other side by the playground as well, having this trailer situation by the pool. And the third focus is the buildings. So for the buildings, I'm thinking about a couple of things. So this is the massing for the research center, and this is the massing for the activity center. These are some basketball court and 3 volleyball courts, and also some retails. And I'm focusing on the research center and also the activity center. So as I mentioned above the activity center sort of acts like a threshold with a taller element and also a sports complex. And the research center, I'm having it sort of like a facing towards the boulevard. I sort of twisted a bit in a way it's sort of conform to the railroad that is by the side, and also having the open classroom trailer situation facing the threshold as well. And some sectional strategies, I'm having it in a way that having a central walkway, sort of separating the private programs facing the road, and also the more public programs are facing the courtyard. And also having some programs that is like have more equipment stuff in case of flooding, having it being upstairs, and more open programs like being downstairs and having it the opportunity to open to the nature. And also I'm playing around with the tilted roof, utilizing Houston has good sunlight for maybe like generating some solar clean energies, that sort of thing. And also having some skylight And also the buildings is sort of having overhangs that would like intersect with the trailers differently as well. So here, before we going into the detail of the buildings, this is a side section showing the massing relation of my buildings. Here, the central community center, close to the sports stuff. And then here is sort of like a courtyard situation of the research center, community center, and also the retail, and also the trellises. I'm having this continuing trellis walkway along the side, and having sort of a focus of a higher trellises right under the threshold, and also the pavilion of the playground, and swimming pool. And here, this is the floor plan of the research center. So here, you can see I'm sort of making it the reception also shown in a little bit in the perspective before as well, having sort of like a smaller scale that is closer to the retail on this side, and then having more private program on one part, public program like facing the park, and then having a massing of the exhibition where people comes in, and then office space, and then having a connecting central testing lab stuff, and also a educational center at the end. So in section, this is like how you look at it in section of the workspace, exhibition space, the education center, and then this is the testing labs. And also this is, you can see sort of like the central walkway and tilted roof strategy. And then this is the threshold community activity center. I'm having a taller element of sort of like launching conference coach and administration people office spaces, and then having a sports complex with like dance studio, swimming pools, and also like fitness room, that sort of stuff. And here is a section of the activity center. And also, I was thinking about the facade and material and stuff. So now I'm having it sort of like having the bricks to conform with the nearby neighborhood situation, sort of like brick architecture, and like more sturdy, and also having some like interspacing some glass, but with trellis system, louver system for lights in. But the louvers is side by side with a trellis, so that there won't be excessive sunlight, because it's also protected with the trellis as well. And here's some rendering. This is of the dance studio. So this is a higher sun skylight, and then also it's next to the trellis, and then the park view system. And here is the basketball court, also with some nice north light as well. And here is the central walkway. This one is in the research center. I'm having it sort of like one way with more solid brick wall facing the street side, and more open like glass wall to the open program facing the park. Yeah, and that's it.
Whoa. And I say that in a good way. I don't want to monopolize all the time for speaking, but I just have to say, I'm impressed with how far you've gotten and how you've attacked this project. I like the way you've laid out the program. I think I really appreciate that the community center is looking at the chemical testing facility. That's a nice dialogue, but it doesn't feel like they're doing so in a confrontational way. You've allowed space for the community to gather. it feels like this place would be an asset for them, and you have a coherent structural, architectural strategy and a real sense of place. So yeah, I'm just I'm admiring what you've done.
Thanks.
I'll say, or Travis, were you gonna go?
Oh, go ahead, Nat.
I feel like we've always left you for last, or I'm not sure if that's intentional. If you want to. Okay. Well, I'll be brief. I know we're running low on time, and if we have more time, I can add more comments. But I agree with Morgan that I think this is a strong project, Joanne, and I think that I have really just a couple of comments talking about what you've done, and then perhaps how you might think about refining this a little bit, and learn from this moving on. And I'm very intrigued by the idea of having a singular system that starts at the water and becomes a spine that laces all the way through, and that infrastructure being both a circulation route as well as a spine to set up different types of interaction in spaces. I think there's something very interesting about the fact that if you even frame it as being both top down and bottom up, in the sense that it is a larger master plan move, but it also can relate very much to these individual moments that have to do about modulation of light, about trying to allow for breezes and blur this line between enclosed and open. And I think that what would make the renderings much more convincing, especially if you go to the first renderings when you're showing even from the view at the beginning of the pedestrian sequence. Yeah, sorry, it's gone back a fair amount. Keep going, giving the perspective. Yeah, this is good. So I think that the perspective, yes, that one. So since normally I wouldn't talk about this, but since this walkway is such a big part of your project, the fact that you're representing it as completely paved is a big vulnerability. That's part of the reason why the flooding happens in this area. Is there's so much paving, it's just traditional solid paving, and it's again, it sounds like a very picky thing, but you've gone so sophisticated to try to create these different trellis lattice systems that I think the same thing could happen in this walkway. And much like in the High Line in New York, where it's not just a relentless large paved area, which not only is a problem for flooding here, but even just temperature wise, as hot as this would get if this is all solidly paved, if it doesn't allow any greenery to seep into it, or it doesn't turn into deck at some portion where it change materials or somehow get broken up. And even just visually, apart from the temperature wise, that looking down what seems to be a mile-long stretch of this really wide thoroughfare, I think that it's such a big part of so many of your renderings, and actually even just setting up the access to make this a one-point perspective along this walkway is putting so much emphasis on this, to where the buildings become secondary. And that's a beautiful idea, that it's about this pedestrian experience, and these buildings spin off of that. But if that's the case, then I think it puts some pressure on really activating that, and then including things like benches and other components that allow it to define and break up this zone. So I realize that that's a fairly picky thing, and there are other things I could say in terms of perhaps how the retail might be oriented a little bit differently potentially. But again, it's a strong project, and it's just that this is something that it sounds very picky, but I think it would be just a way to allow your project to launch even further in terms of its sensitivity to the microclimate, the culture, and the overall environment.
Thanks.
Coleman, are we seeing one more student?
No, this is it. We only have three to look at, so I'll
just want to make sure.
Yeah, if you want to talk about this some more, please feel free. Yeah. It's a lot of work and a lot of points to hit. So
yeah, just
we've got
enough time.
6 or 7 minutes. Yeah, a few more minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Again, there's a lot of work here. It's really ambitious, and I commend you for that. You've you've bit off a lot and you've solved a lot of really interesting issues. And I think there's definitely a lot of great spaces here. And I think usually I wouldn't say this, and this is also related to what Matt just said, is that like, usually it's hard to have a clear strategy and have it resolve itself in a clear way, and not have it, you know, be muddied by site constraints or any other things that might kind of throw a wrench in the idea. But I think my comment would basically be, you have such a clear relationship between the path and the elements that I think what it would suffer from, if anything, would be maybe it's too rigid, like that line is too sharp between the path and the trellis and the buildings. Like it's just this laser, it's almost like there's a setback and not a stick can be placed within the pathway. And I think that you have an opportunity to maybe massage that edge a little bit more and still maintain the separation between the path and the buildings, but also start to let that edge become a little bit more friendly and not as laser straight. I mean, it feels like a road rather than a path in a way, like a pedestrian path. And I guess what I'm saying is that there are opportunities to overlap your trellis and the path maybe, or start to blend them a little bit over each other or into each other in areas that make sense, and you would still maintain that clear hierarchy between the dominant circulation path and the buildings along it. So I guess that'd be my main comment as far as like looking forward and how this could evolve. But again, I mean, the overall project is really strong, and I think there's a lot of good work here.
Thanks.
Okay, any other?
Yeah, I just want to finish my commentary by saying, congratulations on being about to graduate. And this is the kind of project I think at the end of your time in school, I mean, I'm proud of it for you. And I think it shows that you're ready for the real world. You know, you're ready to move on to the next order of thinking, and you've done a really nice job.
Thanks.
What is the real world?
For, working from home. I know it must be hard.
What is the real world?
Yeah.
Okay. Any general comments the three of our critics would you all like to make, and we'll close out this session.
No, I just say congrats.
Why doesn't Travis go first? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, of course. I cut you off as soon as. My comment is just congrats to everyone. This is an interesting project. It's an interesting studio premise, and you all took it seriously, and I appreciated seeing the proposals.
Great, good work. I think my closing statement would be like, I know it must be really hard to work from home, and you might not have the same kind of studio environment that you experienced in previous semesters. And I think that the work that I've seen today gives me great hope that we can still keep doing this in the crazy environment. So I look forward to coming back and seeing more projects, hopefully in person, but also digitally if that's the case.
Ditto to all that.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you all. Travis, I hope we don't have to go through this again, by the way, but I understand your comments, and thank you for those. So we're 2:30, so we're right on schedule. Let's take a break, and again, to our three critics, thank you very much. It's very helpful to hear your positions on this. So yeah. Thanks.